In the span of a single generation, a 6-year-old boy who fled the Soviet Union with his family would help reshape how billions of people access knowledge, connect with one another, and navigate the world. Sergey Brin's story begins in the shadow of anti-Semitism and authoritarian control, moves through the quiet discipline of American immigrant ambition, and arrives at a moment of algorithmic invention so elegant it would become the foundation of one of history's most powerful corporations. His name is now inseparable from the verb to Google, a tool so embedded in daily life that its presence feels almost invisible, its influence almost immeasurable. Yet to understand Brin is to reckon with more than technical brilliance or vast wealth. It is to observe how a refugee's dream of open information became a mechanism of surveillance and monopoly, how a moonshot philosophy yielded both medical breakthroughs and public relations disasters, how dual-class voting structures preserved founder vision while insulating leadership from accountability. His journey illuminates the paradox at the heart of the Internet age, that systems built to democratize knowledge can also concentrate power, that platforms designed to connect can also extract, that the same data used to cure disease can be weaponized to manipulate behavior. This is not a story of villainy, nor one of uncomplicated heroism. It is the arc of a mathematician who believed complexity could be tamed by equations, who built an empire on the assumption that organizing the world's information was a neutral, even noble, act, and who lived long enough to watch that assumption collapse under the weight of antitrust trials, employee revolts, and geopolitical reckoning. As you listen, you will hear the quiet hum of server farms, the click of 100,000 searches per second, and beneath it all, the unresolved question, what do we owe the architects of the tools that now shape our thoughts? Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please do not forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video with your circle, and let us know where you are from, what time it is now, and how you feel today in the comments below. Now, pick your sweetest spot and enjoy tonight's story. This audiobook is based on true stories, but some events, characters, places, and conversations are fictionalized for dramatic purposes. Moscow, 1973. The late summer air hung heavy over the capital, carrying the weight of history and the faint scent of industrial progress that defined the Soviet dream. In a modest hospital room, Yevgenia Brin held her newborn son for the first time, cradling him with the careful precision that would mark her scientific career. Her husband Mikhail stood beside her, his mathematician's mind already calculating the probabilities of his son's future. Sergey Mikhailovich Brin, Yevgenia whispered, testing the name in the still air of the recovery room. Outside the window, Moscow continued its relentless march toward a future that would never arrive as promised. He has your eyes, Mikhail observed quietly, aware that even in moments of profound intimacy, one measured one's words. The walls in Moscow always seemed to listen, especially for families like theirs. The Brins' small apartment near Moscow State University became Sergey's first classroom. While other children played with state-approved toys that celebrated Soviet achievement, young Sergey found himself surrounded by numbers, equations, and the quiet determination of his parents to feed his growing mind, despite the constraints imposed upon them. The mind cannot be contained by borders or ideologies, Mikhail would tell his son during their evening walks through the Moscow parks. The mathematician spoke softly. His words meant only for his son. Remember this, Sergeyusha. What you know, what you can calculate and understand, this is yours forever. No one can take it from you. At night, when the apartment building fell silent, save for the occasional sounds of neighbors navigating creaking floorboards, Yevgenia would sit with her young son, showing him the constellations through a small, contraband astronomy book from the West. The stars, she explained, were the same everywhere. In Moscow, in America, in places they could only dream of visiting. The universe follows rules, Sergey, she would say, her voice barely above a whisper. Mathematics describes them perfectly. This is why your father's work is so important and why they fear it sometimes. By his third birthday, Sergey had already absorbed the unspoken reality of their existence. The careful conversations when visitors came, the subtle tension when his father returned from university with tight shoulders and a distracted gaze, the way certain topics disappeared from conversation when unfamiliar ears might hear. "Why does Dmitri's father not speak to you anymore?" Sergey asked one evening after a colleague had deliberately crossed to the opposite side of the street upon seeing Mikhail. His father sighed, kneeling to meet his son's eyes. "Because some people believe that our family is different. They think being Jewish makes us less Soviet, less loyal." "Are we different?" Sergey asked, his young mind already grappling with concepts of identity and belonging. "We are exactly who we are meant to be," his mother interjected, placing a protective hand on his shoulder. "And that is something to be proud of, never something to hide." The cold reality of Soviet anti-Semitism wasn't taught in any classroom, but Sergey absorbed its lessons nonetheless. He watched his father's brilliance restricted to specific channels deemed appropriate by the state. He observed his mother's careful navigation of research parameters that seemed designed more for control than discovery. In 1976, Sergey began attending one of Moscow's experimental Montessori preschools, a rare educational environment that had survived from a brief period of pedagogical experimentation. While most Soviet children were being molded into uniformed citizens through rote memorization and collective activities, Sergey found himself in a space that encouraged questions, tactile learning, and self-direction. "He asks why," his teacher told Yevgenia during a parent meeting. "Most children ask what or how, but your Sergey always asks why. It's remarkable, but—" She hesitated, looking over her shoulder, sometimes difficult in our system. At home, Mikhail nodded thoughtfully when his wife relayed this conversation. "Questions are the beginning of all mathematics," he said. "The ability to ask why is what separates calculation from understanding." As Sergey approached his 6th birthday, the quiet discussions between his parents grew longer, more intense. They would speak in lowered voices after they thought he had fallen asleep, weighing options, calculating risks, mentioning names of families who had disappeared from their social circles, only to resurface in whispered stories of new lives abroad. The Brins' apartment became a center of careful planning. Documents appeared and disappeared. Late-night visitors spoke in code about invitations and applications. Sergey, with a child's intuition for tension, knew something momentous was brewing in the adult world around him. One winter evening in 1978, as Moscow lay buried under a blanket of snow that muffled the city's surveillance, Mikhail sat beside his son on their worn sofa. "Sergeyusha," he said, using the affectionate diminutive, "how would you feel about seeing new stars, different constellations than the ones Mama shows you in her books?" The boy considered this with the seriousness his parents had always accorded his thoughts. "Would we come back to see our stars again?" A shadow passed over his father's face. "No, we would not. Some journeys are one way, like the cosmonauts going to space. We would be pioneers of a kind." "Because we're different?" Sergey asked, remembering their earlier conversation. "Because we want to be free," his father answered. "Free to calculate any equation, ask any question, follow any intellectual path without someone telling us which ones are permitted." In the months that followed, Sergey watched his parents navigate the labyrinthine process of emigration. The word refusnik entered his vocabulary, those who applied to leave and were refused, often losing their jobs and social standing in the process. The Brins were taking a calculated risk, and Sergey understood, even at his young age, that they were wagering their present comfort against the possibility of a future without artificial constraints. The preparation happened in careful stages. Possessions disappeared, deemed too bulky or suspicious to take. Books were given away to trusted friends, precious volumes that had defined his parents' intellectual lives. Sergey's mother taught him to memorize important details that couldn't be written down, addresses of distant relatives, coded phrases that might prove useful in uncertain circumstances. "Your mind is the perfect suitcase," she told him. "No customs officer can search it." In early 1979, the permission they had scarcely dared to hope for arrived. The Brin family would be allowed to leave the Soviet Union. The news came with a cruel efficiency. They had 2 weeks to depart, abandoning careers, research, and the only world Sergey had known. On their final night in Moscow, 6-year-old Sergey stood in the emptied apartment, the blank walls echoing with ghosts of the life they were leaving behind. "Will I have friends where we're going?" he asked his father. Mikhail knelt beside him, his weathered hands resting on his son's shoulders. "You will have more than friends. You will have possibilities." The train journey west marked the first stage of their immigration, the landscape outside the window transitioning from the familiar to the uncertain. Sergey pressed his face against the cold glass, watching as the Soviet Union receded behind them, his young mind calculating distances and borders in the abstract way his father had taught him. Vienna greeted the Brins with the institutional efficiency of a city accustomed to processing human transitions. The refugee center hummed with multiple languages, Russian, Yiddish, Hebrew, and others, creating a tapestry of displacement. Families huddled around their few possessions, their faces showing varying proportions of relief, anxiety, and disorientation. "This is nowhere," Sergey observed on their 3rd day in the center, the liminal quality of their existence suddenly clear to him. "We're not in the Soviet Union anymore, but we're not anywhere else yet either." His mother smiled at his perception. "Exactly right. We exist in between worlds now, but not for long." The processing center's routine was monotonous but purposeful. Forms to complete, interviews to endure, medical examinations to pass. The Brins moved through each stage methodically, their academic precision serving them well in navigating bureaucracy. At night, in the crowded dormitory, Sergey would lie awake listening to the whispered conversations of other emigrating families, their fears, their hopes, their strategies for surviving the transition. "America needs mathematicians," he overheard one man telling his father. "They're building computers now that require new kinds of calculations. Your skills will be valued there." Sergey stored this information away, adding it to his growing understanding of the world beyond the Iron Curtain, a place where his father's mind might be valued for its capabilities rather than constrained for its origins. After weeks in Vienna, the family moved to France, another temporary station on their westward journey. Here, the atmosphere was less institutional but equally transitory. They lived among other Soviet Jews awaiting final visas to various destinations, most commonly Israel or the United States. In Paris, Sergey encountered his first computer, a primitive terminal in a university office where his father had gone to meet a potential academic contact. While the adults spoke in rapid French that Sergey couldn't follow, he was permitted to press the keys of this strange machine, watching in fascination as his actions produced immediate responses on the glowing screen. "This is just the beginning," the French professor told him in accented Russian, noticing his interest. "These machines will change everything in the coming decades. Perhaps you will help build them someday." Sergey nodded solemnly, filing away this encounter alongside the growing catalog of possibilities his parents had promised awaited them. In the summer of 1979, the final permission arrived. The Brin family would be admitted to the United States. They would settle in Maryland, where Mikhail had secured a position at the University of Maryland through academic connections painstakingly maintained despite Soviet restrictions. As they boarded the transatlantic flight, Yevgenia held tight to her younger son Sam, while Sergey sat by the window, gazing out at the vanishing European continent. "What are you thinking about?" his father asked. "I'm calculating how far we've come," Sergey replied, "and how far we still have to go." Mikhail nodded approvingly. "That's good. Always calculate both distances, where you've been and where you're headed, but remember, some journeys can't be measured in kilometers." The plane banked westward, carrying the Brin family toward American shores. As they crossed the Atlantic, 6-year-old Sergey Brin, newly minted American citizen-to-be, no longer bound by Soviet constraints, watched the clouds below and contemplated constellations he had yet to see. Behind him lay Moscow, with its cues and whispers and careful navigations of unseen boundaries. Ahead lay Maryland, NASA, and unknowable futures. In America, his mother had promised, you can ask all the whys you want. As the plane began its descent toward New York, Sergey Brin closed his eyes and formulated his first American question. Not what his new home would look like, not how they would adjust to this strange new world, but why this boundary between nations had the power to transform lives so completely. It was the kind of fundamental question that would shape his thinking for decades to come, though he couldn't yet know where such recursive questioning might lead. The wheels touched down on American soil. The Brin family had completed their calculated risk, exchanging the certainties of limitation for the uncertainties of possibility. For young Sergey, the journey from Moscow to Maryland was not just a physical relocation, but an intellectual liberation, the beginning of a path that would transform how the world organized and accessed its accumulated knowledge. But that was a future still unwritten, beyond the horizon of the present moment. For now, there was only the airport terminal, the strange new syllables of English, and the infinite possibilities contained in that most American of concepts. A fresh start. The Maryland winter air hung still and heavy outside the Brins' modest brick rambler in Adelphi. Inside, where warmth gathered against the February chill, 11-year-old Sergey sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, fingers dancing over the keyboard of an early IBM PC that his father had brought home from the university mathematics department. Sergey, his mother Yevgenia, called from the kitchen where steam rose from a pot of borscht, not too much longer with the computer. "Dinner is almost ready." He nodded without looking up, absorbed in the green-on-black text of a basic program he was debugging. The program wasn't complex, just a simple math game he'd been working on, but the precision required to make it function satisfied something within him that craved order and logic. In the 6 years since their family had left Moscow for America, Sergey had found that mathematics spoke a universal language that required no translation. Through the window, he could see the familiar landscape of their middle-class suburb-wide streets lined with similar houses, American sedans parked in driveways, a neighborhood neither wealthy nor poor, but one where a NASA researcher and a university mathematics professor could afford a comfortable home with a backyard for their son to play in. His father Mikhail emerged from his small home office, wire-framed glasses perched on his nose, a book of mathematical proofs tucked under one arm. "How is the program coming?" he asked in Russian, his voice carrying the warmth and gentle inquiry that characterized his approach to his son's interests. Sergey switched effortlessly between English and Russian as he replied, "I fixed the calculation error. The problem was with how I structured the loop." Mikhail nodded appreciatively. Unlike some parents who pushed entrepreneurship or sports, the Brins valued academic excellence above all. They had not fled discrimination in the Soviet Union for their son to pursue anything less than his intellectual potential. Good, Mikhail said simply. Remember what I told you about elegant solutions? The simplest path is usually the correct one, Sergey recited, a small smile playing at his lips. At dinner, the conversation drifted between Russian and English, a linguistic bridge spanning their old world and new. Yevgenia, who would later secure a position at NASA's Goddard Space Center, shared news about a colleague's research. Mikhail discussed a particularly challenging problem he'd presented to his university students. Sergey listened more than he spoke, absorbing the rhythm of their academic discourse. "How was school today?" Yevgenia asked, serving Sergey another helping of borscht. "Fine," he replied with the characteristic brevity of pre-adolescence. "We had a math competition. I got the highest score." He stated this not with pride, but as a simple fact. In the Brin household, academic achievement wasn't celebrated with excessive praise. It was expected. "And the other subjects?" his father pressed. "They're fine too," Sergey said, then hesitated before adding, "Mr. Levinson asked if I wanted to join the advanced science program next year." His parents exchanged a meaningful glance that Sergey had learned to recognize. It was the look they shared when opportunities arose that they had never had in Moscow. Chances for their son to advance based purely on his abilities, not limited by his Jewish heritage or their refusnik status. "If that interests you, you should pursue it," his father said carefully. The Montgomery County Public Schools had become the mechanism through which the Brins navigated American meritocracy. If you could test in, you gained access to resources. Better labs, teachers who assumed college attendance was inevitable, peer groups selected for intellectual potential rather than social connections. Later that evening, after finishing his homework, Sergey stood at his bedroom window, watching the neighborhood settle into night. A few houses down, a family gathered around a television, the blue light flickering through their curtains. The evening news would be discussing President Reagan's latest speech about the Soviet Union, the evil empire, rhetoric that created a strange dissonance for the young immigrant. The country his family had fled was being cast as the villain in an ongoing global drama, while he was building a new identity in American suburbia. His room reflected this cultural duality. Scientific books in both Russian and English lined his shelves. A periodic table poster hung beside a Star Wars calendar, and his desk held both his father's old slide rule and a brand new Texas Instruments calculator. By 1983, at 12 years old, Sergey had settled into the rhythm of American school life, though he remained somewhat apart from it. In the cafeteria at Paint Branch Elementary, he sat with a small group of other academically minded students, many also from immigrant families. They compared notes on science projects and discussed the latest computer games, while the more socially dominant kids played elaborate table games and discussed television shows. "Did you see The Day After Last Night?" asked Daniel, one of the few American-born kids in Sergey's circle. Sergey nodded solemnly. The ABC television movie depicting the aftermath of a nuclear war between the United States and Soviet Union had been watched by nearly 100 million Americans, becoming a cultural event that permeated even the most studious households. "My parents were very quiet after," Sergey said, his voice lowered. "My father said it was both exaggerated and not scary enough." His friends nodded, understanding the unique perspective that came from having parents who had actually lived under the Soviet system. For Sergey, the Cold War wasn't an abstract concept. It was the reason his family had made the difficult decision to leave everything behind. That afternoon in computer lab, Sergey finished his assigned work early and was allowed to explore additional programming challenges. The school had recently received a shipment of new Apple IIi computers, and while most students were still mastering basic commands, Sergey had moved on to creating simple games and tools. Mr. Fernandez, the computer teacher, leaned over Sergey's shoulder. "What are you working on today, Mr. Brin?" "A program to solve quadratic equations," Sergey replied without looking up. "I want it to show all the steps, not just the answer." The teacher nodded appreciatively. "You're thinking like a teacher now, showing the process, not just the result." Sergey hadn't considered it that way, but the observation resonated with him. Information was most valuable when you understood how it was derived, not just what the final answer was. By the mid-1980s, the Brin family had settled deeper into American life. Mikhail's position at the University of Maryland had solidified, and Yevgenia was now working at NASA's Goddard Space Center, analyzing data for various scientific missions. Their modest home in Adelphi had become filled with books, academic journals, and increasingly sophisticated technology. In January 1986, 14-year-old Sergey joined his classmates in watching the live broadcast of the Challenger space shuttle launch. When disaster struck 73 seconds into flight, the classroom fell silent. For Sergey, whose mother worked at NASA, the tragedy felt particularly close. That evening, the phone rang constantly as colleagues checked on Yevgenia, who had been tangentially involved with some of the data systems on the mission. "This is why we question everything," his mother told him quietly as they watched the news coverage. "In science, in engineering, we must always look for what might go wrong, not just what should go right." It was a lesson in skepticism and thoroughness that resonated with Sergey's developing mind, a reminder that data should be scrutinized, not simply accepted. As he progressed through Montgomery County's educational system, Sergey's academic interests continued to sharpen around mathematics and computer science. While he participated in mandatory physical education and dutifully completed assignments in literature and history, it was clear where his natural talents lay. "Have you thought about which high school programs you want to apply for?" his father asked one evening as they sat at the kitchen table, working through a set of calculus problems that went far beyond what Sergey's regular classes covered. "The math and computer science magnet at Blair," Sergey replied without hesitation. "Or possibly Roosevelt's science program." His father nodded, satisfied with the answer but probing further. "And what interests you most about these subjects, the theory or the applications?" Sergey considered the question carefully, a habit formed from years of intellectual discourse at the dinner table. "Both, I think. But mostly I like how mathematics can be used to model and solve real problems, how data can be organized to reveal patterns." Mikhail studied his son, recognizing in him the same analytical mind that had allowed their family to calculate the complex risks of leaving the Soviet Union. Weighing variables, assessing probabilities, making decisions based on imperfect but sufficient information. "A good answer," he said simply. The summer of 1987 brought Washington, D.C.'s characteristic humidity and the approaching milestone of high school. Sergey, now 15, had been accepted into the Mathematics and Computer Science Magnet program at Montgomery Blair High School. The program would draw students from across the county, creating a concentrated environment of academic achievers. That July, while many American teenagers were at summer camps or working first jobs at fast food restaurants, Sergey attended a mathematics enrichment program at the University of Maryland where his father taught. The university campus, with its brick buildings and green quads, felt like a natural extension of his world, an environment where intelligence was currency and ideas flowed freely. "You don't need to do this program," his mother had reminded him before it started. "You could have a normal summer." But normal had never been the Brin family's goal. Excellence was their North Star, and Sergey had internalized this value not through explicit pressure, but through daily example. He saw how his parents approached their work with precision and dedication, how they read journals in the evening instead of watching television, how they engaged with ideas rather than status symbols. In the enrichment program, Sergey found himself among other mathematically gifted students. Some came from wealthy private schools, others from various public school districts. What united them was their facility with numbers and logical thinking. During group problem-solving sessions, Sergey's approach often stood out, not just for finding correct answers, but for finding elegant solutions that revealed deeper patterns. "You think differently," noted Professor Levinson, one of the program instructors and a colleague of Mikhail's. "You don't just solve the problem in front of you. You seem to be solving a whole class of similar problems simultaneously." Sergey accepted the observation with a slight nod. He'd never considered his approach unusual. It was simply how his mind worked, parsing information for structure rather than merely content. On weekends that summer, when not at the university program, Sergey occasionally rode his bike through the wide, tree-lined streets of Adelphi. The suburban landscape, with its mixture of older residents and new immigrant families, provided a kind of anonymity that he found comfortable. Unlike some of his peers who sought attention and popularity, Sergey preferred to observe, to process, to understand how systems worked, whether those systems were mathematical, computational, or social. As the 1980s drew to a close, Sergey navigated his early years at Montgomery Blair High School's magnet program with the quiet competence that had become his hallmark. Now 16, his academic focus had sharpened further around computer science and mathematics, with a particular interest in how large sets of data could be analyzed for patterns and meaning. In the computer lab, equipped with what were then cutting-edge IBM PS2 systems, Sergey often stayed after school working on projects that extended well beyond the assigned curriculum. The blue-gray machines, with their 82286 processors and early versions of DOS, seemed limitless in their potential to a mind that thrived on logical problems. "You'll wear out the keyboard at this rate," joked Mr. Hoffman, the computer science teacher who had taken to leaving Sergey with a key to lock up when he finished. "I'm just trying to make this database search more efficient," Sergey replied, his eyes not leaving the monitor where lines of code scrolled past. "It shouldn't take this long to find correlations in the data set." Even then, in the relatively simple school projects, Sergey's frustration with inefficient information processing was becoming evident. Why waste time with poor methods when better ones could be developed? Why accept slower results when faster ones were theoretically possible? At home, conversations continued to blend Russian and English, creating a linguistic environment that reinforced Sergey's ability to move between different systems of thought. The dinner table remained a place of intellectual exchange rather than casual conversation. "I read an interesting paper today about neural networks," Mikhail mentioned one evening in the spring of 1989. "The mathematics behind machine learning is becoming quite sophisticated." Sergey looked up from his plate. "Can you bring it home? I'd like to read it." These exchanges happened without fanfare. No special praise for showing intellectual curiosity, no unusual encouragement for pursuing advanced topics. In the Brin household, the pursuit of knowledge was as natural as breathing. The final months of the decade brought significant world events that resonated through the Brin family's suburban American life. As the Berlin Wall fell in November 1989, Mikhail and Yevgenia watched the television coverage with complex emotions. Vindication for their decision to leave, hope for those still living under Soviet rule, and a certain wistfulness for the homeland that had simultaneously nurtured their intellectual development and limited their opportunities. Sergey observed his parents' reactions carefully. Though only 16, he understood that their refugee experience had shaped his own worldview in profound ways. The value they placed on open access to information, their belief in merit-based advancement, their skepticism toward arbitrary authority. These weren't just abstract principles, but lived experiences translated into family values. As the 1980s closed, Sergey Brin stood at the threshold of adulthood. not yet famous, not yet wealthy, but already formed by the unique intersection of his Soviet origins and American opportunities. His mind had been shaped by immigrant determination, academic excellence, and the freedom to pursue ideas without political constraints. The modest house in Adelphi had never known entrepreneurial hustle or displays of material ambition, but within its walls, a worldview had taken root that would eventually transform how humanity accessed information. The true wealth of the Brin family in those Maryland years couldn't be measured in dollars or possessions. It lay in their intellectual capital, their resilience, and their unspoken understanding that in a world where information flowed freely, merit would ultimately be rewarded. For young Sergey, the future remained unwritten, but the principles that would guide his path had been quietly established in the classrooms. Computer labs and dinner-table conversations of a decade spent becoming American while never forgetting what it meant to be free. The fluorescent lights of Eleanor Roosevelt High School hummed overhead, casting their clinical glow on the rows of beige computers. The clock on the wall read 6:15 p.m. Most students had left hours ago, but in the computer lab, a slender 17-year-old with dark curly hair remained, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with quiet determination. Sergey Brin paused, rubbed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. The room was empty except for him and Mr. Daniels, the computer science teacher who had given him permission to stay late. Through the windows, the Maryland spring twilight had deepened into darkness, the parking lot illuminated only by scattered lampposts. "You're still at it?" Mr. Daniels asked, glancing up from grading papers. "Most kids your age would be at the mall or watching TV." Sergey smiled faintly. "This is more interesting." The teacher nodded, understanding that for certain minds, the elegant architecture of code held more allure than typical teenage pursuits. He had recognized Sergey's exceptional talents the first week of class. The boy possessed that rare combination of mathematical intuition and practical problem-solving that couldn't be taught. "I'm heading out in 15 minutes, Mr. Daniels said. "Need a ride home?" "No thanks. My mother's picking me up at 7. Left alone with his thoughts, Sergey continued refining his program. The magnet program at Eleanor Roosevelt had been a revelation for him, a place where his affinity for mathematics and computing wasn't just accepted but celebrated. After years of feeling like an outsider, he had found his element. The next morning, Sergey sat in advanced placement calculus, his notebook open but his mind already racing ahead of the lecture. Mrs. Levine was diagramming a complex function on the blackboard, the chalk dust catching the morning light streaming through the windows. Outside, spring had transformed the campus, dogwoods blooming white against the brutalist architecture of the school building. "Mr. Brin," Mrs. Levine called, "perhaps you'd like to explain how we approach this integration." Without hesitation, Sergey rose and walked to the board. With fluid confidence, he took the chalk and worked through the problem, adding his own observations about a more elegant approach. Several students watched with a mixture of admiration and envy. His reputation as one of the magnet program's brightest had been solidified long ago. At lunch, Sergey sat with his small circle of friends, fellow students in the math and science tracks who shared his interests and ambitions. "You're seriously finishing this year?" asked Michael, a lanky boy with glasses who had known Sergey since freshman year. Sergey nodded, unwrapping his sandwich. "University of Maryland accepted me for the fall. I've got enough credits to graduate early." "What about prom? Graduation? All the senior year stuff?" asked Lisa, one of the few girls in their advanced computer science class. Sergey shrugged. "I'd rather get started on the next phase." He didn't mention that sitting through another year of high school seemed pointless when he could be tackling university-level challenges. Time was a resource, and he had always been efficient with his. The spring of 1990 passed quickly. While his classmates prepared for summer jobs and senior year planning, Sergey completed his final exams and quietly graduated from Eleanor Roosevelt High School, his name appearing in the local paper as one of the magnet program's standouts. Summer arrived with Maryland's characteristic humidity. Sergey spent those months preparing for university, reading advanced texts on linear algebra and computational theory that most freshmen wouldn't encounter until their third year. His parents, both with strong mathematical backgrounds themselves, understood his intellectual hunger and provided gentle guidance without pushing. In their modest Adelphi home, the dining table often disappeared beneath stacks of books and papers as Sergey worked through problems late into the night. His father, a mathematics professor at the University of Maryland, sometimes joined him, the two working in companionable silence broken only by occasional questions or insights. The beauty of mathematics, his father told him one evening, is that it gives us a universal language to describe patterns. Whether you're in Moscow or Maryland, the equations remain true. Fall arrived, painting the University of Maryland campus in rich oranges and reds. At 17, Sergey was younger than most freshmen, but his academic acceleration went largely unnoticed among the thousands of students navigating the sprawling campus. He quickly settled into a routine, selecting courses that challenged him and professors who recognized his abilities. In the computer science department, housed in the A.V. Williams building with its utilitarian design and windowless labs, Sergey found himself surrounded by students who shared his fascination with the growing digital frontier. The early 1990s marked a pivotal moment in computing. The Internet existed primarily as a research network, but its commercial potential was beginning to emerge. Professor Harrison, who taught advanced algorithms, noticed Sergey's aptitude during the first week. "You've approached this problem differently than I've seen before," he remarked, reviewing Sergey's solution after class. "Have you considered research as a path?" Sergey nodded. "I'm interested in how mathematical models can be applied to real-world systems. Come by my office hours next week. There's a project you might find interesting." That conversation led to Sergey's first research assistantship, working on applications of graph theory to network problems. The work was demanding but intellectually stimulating, offering glimpses of how abstract mathematics could be harnessed to solve tangible challenges. Winter settled over College Park, bringing with it bare trees and cold winds that swept across the mall at the center of campus. Sergey had completed his first semester with perfect grades, moving through his courses with an efficiency that allowed him time for additional research and independent study. In his sparse dormitory room, decorated only with a periodic table poster and a few family photos, Sergey sat cross-legged on his bed one December evening, talking with his roommate David. "You never seem stressed about exams," David observed, surrounded by textbooks and notepads in the midst of finals preparation. Sergey considered this. "I don't see them as obstacles. They're just verification that you understand the material." "Easy for you to say," David laughed, but without bitterness. Sergey's matter-of-fact approach to academics wasn't arrogance. It was simply how his mind worked, processing information methodically and retaining it completely. The spring semester of 1991 brought new challenges as Sergey selected increasingly advanced courses, sometimes negotiating with department heads to waive prerequisites. His academic advisor, Dr. Mendelsohn, had initially been skeptical of his accelerated plan, but had become an advocate after seeing his performance. "You could complete your degree by next year at this pace," Dr. Mendelsohn noted during an advising session. "Have you thought about graduate programs?" Sergey had been considering exactly that. "Stanford and MIT have interesting research in computational theory, but I haven't decided yet." The computer labs became his second home places, where the green glow of monochrome monitors illuminated faces of students working late into the night, the rhythmic clicking of keyboards creating a soothing backdrop. While some used the university's computer resources for games or early email, Sergey immersed himself in programming challenges and research problems. One evening, as spring rain tapped against the windows of the computer science building, Professor Harrison found Sergey still working long after his research group had disbanded. "You should get some sleep," the professor advised, pausing at Sergey's terminal. Sergey glanced up from his code. "I will. I'm just finishing an implementation of this clustering algorithm." Harrison studied the screen. "You've modified the approach we discussed. The original method wasn't efficient for large data sets. This version reduces the computational complexity." The professor nodded, impressed but not surprised. "That's publishable work, you know. Consider writing it up." By the fall of 1992, Sergey had accumulated enough credits to be classified as a senior despite being only 19 years old. His transcript reflected a laser focus on mathematics and computer science, with additional coursework in electrical engineering and statistics. The breadth and depth of his studies created a foundation in both theory and application, a versatility that distinguished him from peers who specialized too narrowly. The early 90s recession had cast a shadow over job prospects for many graduating students, but the computing sector remained relatively insulated. Recruiters from government agencies and technology firms began appearing at campus job fairs, looking for students with precisely the skills Sergey was developing. After one such recruitment event, Sergey walked across campus with his classmate Thomas, the autumn leaves crunching beneath their feet. "The NSA recruiter was practically salivating when he saw your resume," Thomas remarked. Sergey smiled slightly. "Government work seems limiting." "Limiting. It's stable employment with good benefits. What more do you want?" Sergey paused, looking across the sprawling campus where students flowed between classes. "Something where the problems aren't predetermined, where the boundaries can be redefined." Thomas shook his head. "You're an idealist." Perhaps he was, Sergey reflected later that evening as he worked in the computer lab. But the digital landscape was evolving rapidly, and somewhere in that evolution lay opportunities that couldn't yet be articulated. The commercialization of the internet was beginning, though still in its infancy. The National Science Foundation had only recently opened its backbone to private traffic, and the World Wide Web was merely an obscure project at CERN. In his operating systems class, the discussion turned to emerging networks one afternoon. "The architecture we're building today will shape computing for decades," Professor Garcia explained. "The decisions about openness versus control, centralization versus distribution, these are not just technical questions but philosophical ones." Sergey found himself drawn to this intersection of technical implementation and conceptual framework. His research increasingly focused on how information could be structured, accessed, and interpreted, questions that would later prove fundamental to search technology. The final semester of his undergraduate career arrived in January 1993. While many seniors battled senioritis and anticipated graduation ceremonies, Sergey maintained his focused approach, adding independent study projects to his already full course load. His undergraduate thesis combined elements of graph theory and linear algebra to model information flows in complex networks, work that would later inform his approach to link analysis and relevance ranking. His advisor, impressed with both the theoretical foundation and practical applications, encouraged him to consider publishing the research. "This is graduate-level work," Dr. Mendelsohn commented during their final meeting. "You've positioned yourself well for whatever comes next." What came next remained an open question. Graduate school seemed the logical path, a continuation of the academic trajectory that had served him well. Yet Sergey also recognized that the computing landscape was shifting, with new possibilities emerging beyond traditional institutional boundaries. Spring blossomed again on campus, and with it came the culmination of Sergey's accelerated academic journey. In May 1993, at age 19, he graduated with honors, receiving his Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Mathematics. The ceremony itself was a formality, the kind of milestone that mattered more to families than to Sergey himself. His parents attended with quiet pride, understanding better than most the significance of his achievements. As a family that had left the Soviet Union for educational freedom, they recognized the value of meritocratic systems that rewarded intelligence and hard work rather than connections or conformity. After the ceremony, they celebrated with a small dinner at their favorite restaurant in College Park. The conversation flowed easily between English and Russian, touching on the past but focusing primarily on the future. "Stanford has offered me a graduate fellowship," Sergey mentioned as they finished their meal. "Their computer science program is doing innovative work in several areas I'm interested in." His father nodded thoughtfully. "California is far, but it's where much of the innovation is happening. You'll need to get a car," his mother added practically. "The public transportation is not like here." Sergey smiled at their support. They had always emphasized education as the surest path to security and opportunity, a perspective shaped by their own experiences with institutional barriers in the Soviet system. Their faith in his abilities had never wavered, even when his academic acceleration had raised eyebrows among their friends. As summer arrived, Sergey prepared for the transition to graduate school, organizing his research notes and corresponding with potential advisors at Stanford. His undergraduate years had passed in a focused blur of classes, research projects, and late nights in computer labs. He had built a foundation in mathematical modeling, algorithmic thinking, and computational theory tools that would prove essential in the emerging digital landscape. In his final days in Maryland, Sergey visited the university campus one last time, walking the familiar paths between buildings where he had spent countless hours. The campus was quiet during summer break, many of the students gone and the academic buildings operating with skeleton staffs. In the computer lab where he had developed many of his projects, a few summer students worked quietly at terminals. The technology had evolved even during his short time at the university. Newer machines, color monitors, more sophisticated software. The pace of change in computing continued to accelerate. Standing there, Sergey reflected on his education, not as an end, but as a beginning. The linear path from gifted student to honors graduate had unfolded without major obstacles or documented failures. Yet the real challenges lay ahead, in applying abstract knowledge to concrete problems, in navigating the gap between academic theory and practical implementation. California beckoned with new opportunities and unknown challenges. At 19, with his degrees in hand and his mind sharpened by years of rigorous study, Sergey Brin stood at the threshold of the next phase. A young mathematician and computer scientist prepared to enter a world where the digital revolution was just beginning to transform society. The sun set over the Maryland campus, casting long shadows across the grounds where he had spent his formative academic years. Tomorrow would bring packing and preparations. The day after, a flight to California and the beginning of graduate studies at Stanford. But tonight, in the quiet of the empty computer lab, Sergey allowed himself a moment of reflection on the foundation he had built and the potential it represented. The journey from Eleanor Roosevelt High School to the University of Maryland had been swift and focused. The journey ahead remained unwritten, its possibilities as open as the emerging digital frontier itself. The late summer heat still lingered over Stanford's campus as September 1994 arrived. The sandstone buildings absorbing the California sun, and radiating it back across the quads where new graduate students gathered in shifting circles of awkward introduction. Sergey Brin walked alone beneath the palm trees, his curly hair slightly too long, his t-shirt advertising a math competition nobody around him had heard of. At 21, he carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had already completed his undergraduate degree in computer science and mathematics from the University of Maryland in just 3 years. He paused at the entrance to Gates Computer Science Building, taking in the structure that would become his second home. Inside waited the intellectual playground he'd crossed the country to join, a place where the whispered mythology of Silicon Valley was becoming reality with each new innovation. The recession had lifted, optimism permeated the air, and the World Wide Web was still an infant, barely a year old in its graphical browser form. "You don't look lost enough to be new," said a voice behind him. Sergey turned to see a professor with kind eyes and a beard that made him look more like a friendly philosopher than a computer scientist. "Terry Winograd," the man said, extending his hand. "You must be one of my new graduate students." "Sergey Brin," he replied, shaking Winograd's hand firmly. "I'm interested in your work on human-computer interaction." Winograd nodded approvingly. "Well, you've come to the right place. Things are changing fast around here. The browser, Mosaic, have you used it yet? It's changing everything. The web isn't just for academics anymore." "I've been experimenting with it," Sergey said. "The interface is clumsy, though, and finding anything specific is nearly impossible." "That sounds like a problem worth solving," Winograd replied with a slight smile. "Come on, let me show you around." As they walked through the building, Sergey absorbed everything. The Unix workstations humming in labs, the bulletin boards plastered with conference announcements, the whiteboards covered in algorithms and half-erased equations. This was Stanford in the mid-90s, the epicenter of what would become the next technological wave, though few could yet see its full magnitude. In his small graduate student apartment that evening, Sergey unpacked boxes of books, advanced mathematics texts, computer science journals, and several volumes on data mining that represented his evolving interests. The space was modest but functional, like the dozens of identical units housing ambitious young minds from around the world. Through the thin walls, he could hear someone playing Pearl Jam's latest album, the soundtrack to this particular moment in American life. The orientation for new computer science graduate students came a few days later, a mix of administrative requirements and academic introductions held in a lecture hall that smelled of chalk dust and coffee. Sergey sat near the back, observing the other students with quiet assessment. His attention was drawn to a tall, somewhat intense-looking student who asked particularly pointed questions about the department's research priorities. During the break, Sergey found himself beside this same student at the coffee table. "You don't think much of their data organization projects, do you?" Sergey asked, pouring himself a cup of the thin, institutional coffee. The tall student turned, sizing Sergey up with a quick glance. "They're approaching it all wrong. The web needs hierarchies based on significance, not just content matching." His words carried a certainty that could be read as either confidence or arrogance. "And you know the right approach?" Sergey challenged, something in the student's tone triggering his natural contrariness. "I've got some ideas. The citation model from academia could be applied to hyperlinks, treating them as endorsements rather than just connections." He extended his hand. "Larry Page." "Sergey Brin," he replied, gripping Larry's hand perhaps a bit too firmly. "Citation ranking is interesting, but computationally expensive at web scale. You'd need to consider the eigenvector mathematics to make it tractable." Larry's eyes narrowed slightly. "You think I haven't?" The conversation quickly escalated into an argument. Two brilliant minds colliding over mathematical approaches, neither willing to concede ground. Other students gave them space, recognizing the intensity that marked serious graduate-level disagreements. But beneath the intellectual sparring, something unusual was happening. Each was privately impressed by the other's quick thinking and depth of knowledge. "You're wrong about the implementation constraints," Sergey insisted, "but your core intuition about link structure isn't completely misguided." Larry almost smiled. High praise. "We should continue this argument sometime when we're not surrounded by people pretending not to listen." It was an unusual beginning to what would become one of the most significant partnerships in technology history, though neither could have possibly known it at the time. They parted with a mutual respect born of intellectual combat, the kind of friction that generates not just heat, but light. The autumn progressed, and Sergey settled into the demanding rhythm of graduate studies. His advisor, Terry Winograd, specialized in human-computer interaction and artificial intelligence, fields that demanded both technical precision and creative thinking about how humans and machines could better communicate. The mentorship was exactly what Sergey needed, rigorous but allowing freedom to explore. He also found himself drawn to the courses and research groups led by Professor Rajeev Motwani, whose expertise in algorithms and database systems complemented Winograd's human-centered approach. Motwani, with his brilliant mind and gentle manner, became another important influence, encouraging Sergey to think about problems of scale that few others were considering. "The interesting questions aren't about today's web," Motwani told him during one late-night discussion in his office. "They're about what happens when it grows 1,000 times larger. How do you find anything when there are millions of pages instead of thousands?" These conversations shaped Sergey's thinking, pushing him toward data mining and large-scale information extraction problems that seemed academic but carried profound real-world implications as the web expanded exponentially. In his graduate student housing, Sergey had established a workspace that reflected his methodical mind books, arranged by topic, computer equipment neatly organized, the walls adorned with a few mathematical posters and a periodic table. It was there, on a rainy November evening, that Larry Page knocked on his door. "I've been thinking about our discussion," Larry said without preamble when Sergey opened the door. "I still think you're wrong about the implementation approach, but I'd like to hear more about your ideas on eigenvector computation." Sergey suppressed a smile. This was how graduate students often built friendships, through intellectual challenges rather than social niceties. "Come in. I have some papers you should read." What was meant to be a brief discussion extended into the early morning hours. The two of them huddled around Sergey's desk, scribbling equations and arguing over algorithmic efficiencies. Despite their different styles, Larry more engineering-focused, Sergey more theoretical, they discovered a complementary quality to their thinking. "The problem with current search engines is they're not actually about finding the best information," Larry said, gesturing with a pencil for emphasis. "They're just matching text strings." Sergey nodded, warming to the topic. "The web has an implicit structure that nobody is leveraging. Every link is a human judgment about relevance or quality." "Exactly," Larry replied, his eyes lighting up. "But how do you weigh those judgments? A link from the New York Times should count more than a link from someone's personal page." "That's where the mathematics gets interesting," Sergey said, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. "You can model the entire web as a massive matrix and solve for the principal eigenvector." Their conversation continued, shifting between mathematical formalism and broader visions of how information could be organized. It was the beginning of what would become a productive collaboration, though at the time it was simply two graduate students finding intellectual common ground. As winter settled over Stanford, Sergey found himself spending more time in the computer labs, often working late into the night when the machines were less in demand. The campus had a particular beauty at night. The sandstone buildings lit from below, the empty quads quiet except for the occasional group of students returning from study sessions or late dinners. It was during this period that he and Larry began to formalize their collaboration, meeting regularly to discuss research ideas. Their conversations often took place at a small cafe just off campus, where the proprietor had learned to leave them alone with their notebooks and endless refills of coffee. Information has a structure, Sergey explained during one such session, sketching a diagram on a napkin. Not just the explicit structure of databases, but implicit structures created by relationships between pieces of information. Larry nodded, adding his own annotations to the diagram. And humans create those relationships through links, citations, references. If we can parse that at scale, we can build something fundamentally different from existing search tools. Their theoretical discussions gradually became more concrete as 1995 arrived, bringing with it the rapid expansion of the commercial internet. Netscape was preparing for its IPO, web hosting services were proliferating, and suddenly it seemed everyone wanted a presence on this new digital frontier. The timing couldn't have been better for two graduate students thinking deeply about how to organize and retrieve information from an increasingly complex web. As the winter quarter progressed, Sergey completed the requirements for his master's degree in computer science, a significant milestone, but one that felt almost incidental to the research directions he was now pursuing. The formal education provided a foundation, but the real learning was happening in the spaces between classes, in late-night coding sessions, in arguments over algorithms, in the creative friction of collaboration. Terry Winograd recognized the unique quality of Sergey's thinking during their advisory meetings. "You have a gift for seeing patterns that others miss," he told Sergey during one such session. "But be careful not to get too abstract. The real power comes when theory meets practical application." It was advice Sergey took to heart, particularly as his collaboration with Larry deepened. Larry's engineering-focused mind provided a counterbalance to Sergey's theoretical approach, pushing their ideas toward implementation rather than remaining purely conceptual. Spring arrived at Stanford with explosive color. The gardens blooming, the air warm and fragrant, students studying on the grass quads between classes. In computer science circles, there was increasing buzz about the commercial potential of web technologies. Venture capitalists from Sand Hill Road were becoming frequent visitors to campus, looking for the next innovation to fund. Sergey observed this with analytical interest rather than entrepreneurial fever. His focus remained academic, concerned with solving interesting problems rather than starting companies. Still, it was impossible not to feel the energy of the moment, a sense that something profound was shifting in how information would be created, shared, and discovered. "We should build a prototype," Larry suggested during one of their regular meetings. "Something that actually crawls web pages and implements our ranking ideas." Sergey nodded slowly. "We'd need significant computing resources and storage." "The department has some spare workstations," Larry replied with a slight smile, "and I'm pretty good at convincing people to let me use disk space." This marked a subtle but important shift in their collaboration, from theoretical exploration to practical implementation. They began spending even more time in the computer labs, writing code, debugging, arguing over implementation details. Their different approaches created occasional tension, but ultimately strengthened the work. Larry's focus on building things that worked balanced Sergey's concern with elegant mathematical solutions. By late spring, they had the beginnings of a web crawler, a program that could systematically browse the web, downloading pages and following links to discover new content. It was rudimentary but functional, and it provided the raw material needed to test their ideas about link-based ranking. One evening, as sunset painted the campus in golden light, Sergey and Larry sat outside the Gates building, taking a rare break from their work. Students passed by in groups, laughing and talking about summer plans. The atmosphere was relaxed, the academic year winding toward its conclusion. "We're not just building a better search tool," Sergey said thoughtfully, watching the passing students. "We're trying to organize information in a fundamentally different way." Larry nodded. "The web is becoming the world's repository of knowledge. But knowledge isn't useful if you can't find what you need when you need it. It's about creating order from chaos," Sergey added, "making implicit structures explicit." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, two young men at the beginning of a journey neither could fully envision. Their friendship had evolved through intellectual challenge, finding strength in their complementary approaches to problem solving. Sergey with his mathematical rigor and data mining perspective, Larry with his engineering instincts and systems thinking. As they headed back inside to continue their work, the campus lights were coming on, illuminating pathways between buildings. In the computer lab, a handful of other graduate students were still working, the soft click of keyboards forming a backdrop to concentrated thought. They settled back at their workstations, surrounded by the tools of their trade computers, notebooks filled with equations, academic papers marked with highlighting and margin notes. Outside this building, most of America still accessed the internet through slow dial-up connections, if at all. The web was still a frontier, with vast territories unmapped and unexplored. But here, in this room, two brilliant minds were quietly building something that would eventually reshape how humanity accesses information. Not yet as entrepreneurs or business leaders. Those identities would come later, but as scholars, problem solvers, collaborators brought together by Stanford's unique environment at a pivotal moment in technological history. As the computer screens illuminated their faces in the darkening lab, they returned to the work that absorbed them completely, organizing the world's information, one algorithm at a time. It was 1995, and they were laying the foundations for what would become their life's work, though neither yet recognized the magnitude of what they had begun. The late afternoon sun slanted through the windows of Stanford's Gates Computer Science Building, casting long shadows across the cluttered desk where Sergey Brin hunched over his keyboard. The room hummed with the steady drone of cooling fans from the servers stacked against the wall, machines that never slept, constantly crawling the expanding universe of the World Wide Web. It was spring of 1996, and at 22, Sergey moved with the casual confidence of someone who belonged in these halls of digital innovation. His dark eyes reflected the blue light of the monitor as he scrolled through the latest results from Backrub, the web crawler he and his research partner Larry Page had been refining for months. "Look at this," Sergey said, gesturing Larry over. "The crawler's finding connections. No one's mapping. It's beautiful, really." Larry leaned in, his wire-rimmed glasses catching the light. "The link structure is revealing something fundamental about information value." This wasn't just academic curiosity. The web was expanding exponentially, millions of pages multiplying chaotically, with no reliable map to navigate the digital terrain. Existing search engines like AltaVista and Lycos relied on simple keyword matching, often returning useless results buried in spam. The gap was obvious to anyone paying attention. There was no good answer to the question of what actually mattered online. "I've been thinking," Sergey said, pushing away from the desk and stretching. "What if we treated links as votes, not just counting them but weighing them based on the importance of the source?" The idea wasn't entirely new to them, but the implementation, what would eventually become PageRank, represented an elegant mathematical solution to a messy human problem. A page wasn't important because it declared itself important. It earned significance through the collective judgment of others who linked to it. "It's an eigenvector calculation," Sergey continued. his hands moving animatedly as he spoke, a recursive definition of importance. Later that evening, as they walked across campus under a tapestry of stars, the two continued their discussion. Stanford's sandstone buildings loomed silent around them, housing generations of academic ambition. The night air carried the scent of eucalyptus trees. "The computational requirements are brutal," Larry noted. Sergey nodded. "That's why no one's done it, but the hardware's getting better every year." "And the data's worth it," Larry added. They had stumbled onto something that felt important, not just an incremental improvement, but a fundamental shift in how information could be organized and retrieved. Backrub, running on Stanford servers, was already straining the university's network capacity. The IT administrators tolerated it only because it qualified as legitimate academic research. By December 1996, they had authored their first academic paper outlining the PageRank concept. The paper was mathematically dense but conceptually revolutionary, a way to harness the collective intelligence embedded in the very structure of the web itself. The summer of 1997 felt electric with possibility. In the 18 months since Backrub's first crawl, the web had exploded. Amazon had gone public, demonstrating that e-commerce could work. Netscape had blazed the IPO trail for internet companies. The glossy pages of Wired magazine captured the cyber-libertarian optimism sweeping through technology circles. In a small, overheated office on campus, Sergey watched a visitor try Backrub for the first time. The man, a visiting professor from the East Coast, typed a colleague's name and leaned back, impressed as the most relevant pages appeared at the top of the results. "This is significantly better than anything else I've used," the visitor admitted. Sergey exchanged a quick glance with Larry. They'd been hearing variations of this same reaction for months now. The validation was gratifying, but it raised an increasingly pressing question: what came next? That night, Sergey sat alone in his apartment, papers spread across his kitchen table. His PhD research was progressing well, but his mind kept circling back to the commercial possibilities of their search technology. The decision before him wasn't trivial. Walking away from a Stanford doctorate wasn't something one did lightly. His parents, both accomplished academics, had instilled in him the value of educational credentials. His father, a mathematician at the University of Maryland, had overcome significant obstacles after immigrating from the Soviet Union. Education had been the family's portable asset, their pathway to security. Yet something about this moment felt different. The window of opportunity seemed both precious and fleeting. Alta Vista dominated search. Yahoo was building its directory empire, and new portal strategies were emerging everywhere. The conventional wisdom held that search itself wasn't the business. It was merely a feature to attract users to a broader content platform. Sergey believed otherwise. If search could be done right, truly right, everything else would follow. January 1998 marked a significant milestone, the official filing of the PageRank patent assigned to Stanford University. The legal document, dry as it was, represented the crystallization of their insight, an algorithm that could scale with the web itself, improving rather than degrading as information expanded. The university would maintain ownership, but the agreement left room for exclusive licensing. It was a bureaucratic detail that would later prove enormously consequential. By early spring, both Sergey and Larry had reached the same conclusion. They needed to commercialize their technology. The academic paper had generated interest, but papers alone couldn't reshape how people accessed information. They needed a company. The decision to suspend their PhD studies wasn't made in a single dramatic moment, but rather through a series of conversations and realizations. Their advisors were supportive but cautious. The search engine market was already crowded. The monetization strategy wasn't obvious. The risks were substantial. "We keep hearing the same thing," Sergey told Larry as they walked through a campus suddenly blooming with spring flowers. "That search is a solved problem, or that it's just a commodity feature. And yet everyone who actually uses our system immediately sees the difference," Larry replied. "Exactly." Sergey stopped walking and turned to his partner, "which means either we're delusional or everyone else is missing something fundamental." They both knew which explanation they believed. The garage in Menlo Park wasn't impressive, just a converted space in a house owned by Susan Wojcicki, a friend who needed help with the mortgage. But it represented something vital: independence. By September 1998, they had moved their growing operation off campus. The makeshift office contained several computers, desks assembled from doors and sawhorses, a ping-pong table, and a washer-dryer that sometimes ran during meetings. The morning that changed everything began ordinarily enough. Sergey had been up late, addressing problems with their crawler, and arrived at the garage with coffee in hand. The meeting had been arranged through a chain of connections. David Cheriton, a Stanford professor, had suggested they meet Andy Bechtolsheim, co-founder of Sun Microsystems. They set up a quick demonstration on the porch, showing how their search technology returned remarkably more relevant results than competitors. Bechtolsheim, a legend in Silicon Valley circles, watched quietly, asking occasional questions about scaling architecture and distribution strategy. After less than an hour, he reached for his checkbook. "This is very compelling," he said simply. "I'd like to invest." The check, dated September 7, 1998, was made out to Google Inc. for $100,000. There was just one technical problem: Google Inc. didn't legally exist yet. Sergey held the check later that day, studying it in the slanting light of the garage window. The amount wasn't unprecedented in Silicon Valley terms, but the validation it represented, the vote of confidence from someone who understood technology at scale, felt momentous. "We should probably incorporate," Larry remarked dryly. 3 days earlier, on September 4, they had filed the paperwork to establish Google Inc. as a Delaware corporation. The name, a play on Google, the mathematical term for 10-100, reflected their ambition to organize the vast information space of the web. The initial check from Bechtolsheim became the first piece of $1 million seed round. Other investors followed, including Amazon's Jeff Bezos, drawn by the elegant simplicity of the approach and the clear superiority of the results. The funding wasn't excessive by late 90s standards, but it was enough to hire a small team and secure the computing resources they needed. December 1998 found Sergey at his desk in the garage, now surrounded by a handful of employees. Outside, winter rain pattered against the windows, but inside, the atmosphere hummed with purpose. The search engine was handling thousands of queries per day, still minuscule by commercial standards, but growing steadily through word of mouth. "The hardware arrives tomorrow," Craig Silverstein, their first employee and fellow Stanford graduate student, reported. "That should double our capacity." Sergey nodded, scrolling through the latest crawler statistics. "We're still hitting scalability issues. The index fragmentation needs work." The technical challenges were substantial but solvable. The business model remained more elusive. They had deliberately kept the interface clean, no flashy banner ads, no cluttered portal features, just a simple search box and results. The industry considered this approach naive. The conventional wisdom held that users needed to be captured and monetized through advertising real estate. That evening, after most of the team had gone home, Sergey remained in the quiet garage. A single desk lamp illuminated his workspace as he reviewed their progress. In just over 2 years, they had moved from an academic concept to a working prototype to a fledgling company. The technological insights, PageRank, scalable crawling architecture, efficient indexing, had proven sound. Users who found Google consistently preferred it. But the real test lay ahead. Valley history was littered with superior technologies that failed to become viable businesses. The internet landscape was shifting rapidly. Capital was flowing freely into startups with increasingly tenuous business models. Everyone seemed to have a dot-com idea. Sergey wasn't interested in riding a bubble. He wanted to build something consequential, something that would fundamentally improve how people accessed information. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Larry entered, shaking raindrops from his jacket. "I've been thinking about the monetization problem," Larry said, pulling up a chair. "What if we applied the same principles to advertising that we apply to search? Relevance above all else." Sergey considered this. Ads that actually match what people are looking for, BON. Exactly. Not random banners, but contextual relevance. And we could rank them the same way, by how likely they are to be valuable to the user. The conversation continued late into the night, the rain providing a steady backdrop to their exchange of ideas. Neither could have articulated the full implications of what they were building, how it would reshape not just search, but the entire economic structure of the internet. But they sensed they were onto something fundamentally important. As the year drew to a close, Sergey found himself at an inflection point between two worlds. Behind him lay the academic path, structured, credential-focused, intellectually rigorous but incrementally paced. Ahead stretched the entrepreneurial unknown, faster, riskier, with the potential for outsized impact. He had chosen the latter, betting that the structures of knowledge they had discovered could scale beyond the university's walls. The garage in Menlo Park, humble as it was, represented the first physical manifestation of that bet, a space where algorithm could become infrastructure, where theoretical insight could become practical utility. Outside, Silicon Valley was accelerating toward the peak of dot-com exuberance. Inside, a small team was methodically building something designed to outlast it, a system for organizing the world's information based not on hype or capital, but on the embedded wisdom of the web itself. The fluorescent lights hummed in the modest Mountain View office as the clock approached midnight. Sergey Brin leaned back in his chair, the glow of the monitor illuminating his face in the otherwise darkened room. Outside, the Silicon Valley night was quiet, a stark contrast to the frenetic energy that had characterized the tech landscape throughout 1999. 220,000, he murmured, studying the licensing agreement with Yahoo. The paper contract sat beside his keyboard, the ink still fresh. Not an empire's ransom by any measure, especially in this era of inflated valuations and paper billionaires, but it was something, revenue that would help keep the lights on while they built what mattered. Google was still small then, a curious anomaly in the dot-com circus. While competitors burned through venture capital with Super Bowl ads and lavish launch parties, Sergey and Larry had kept their operation lean, focused on the elegant mathematics of search relevance rather than the spectacle of commerce. Still here? Larry Page appeared in the doorway, 2 cans of Mountain Dew in hand. He tossed one to Sergey, who caught it with practiced ease. "Just thinking about Yahoo," Sergey replied, the carbonated hiss of the opening can punctuating his words. "They're paying us to use our technology while we build something that might eventually make them obsolete." Larry smiled, dropping into the chair opposite Sergey's desk. "That's the beauty of it. They think we're just a component. They don't see what we're building." The air between them was charged with the quiet intensity that had defined their partnership since their first contentious meeting at Stanford. Both brilliant, both stubborn, both absolutely convinced that the internet deserved a better way to organize information. The licensing deals are just oxygen, Sergey said, swiveling to face the whiteboard covered in equations and flowcharts. They keep us alive while we solve the real problem. The real problem, how to monetize search without compromising its integrity, had consumed them for months. The dot-com fantasy of endless venture funding with no path to profitability was beginning to show cracks. Rational voices were starting to question the emperor's clothes, and Sergey knew they needed a sustainable model soon. Outside their windows, across the valley, other startups were hosting champagne-soaked parties, hiring too quickly, spending too freely. The Nasdaq climbed toward 5,000 points, a number that glowed with prophetic significance to those who believed the old rules of business no longer applied. Sergey knew better. His childhood in the Soviet Union had taught him about systems that looked stable until they suddenly weren't. His family's immigration to Maryland had shown him how quickly fortunes could change, how prosperity depended on adaptability and foresight. "I've been thinking about the ads," he said finally, turning back to Larry. "What if we don't charge by impression? What if we charge by performance?" The winter of 2000 brought a change in the air, both within Google and throughout the valley. The Nasdaq peaked in March, then began its long, painful descent. Dot-com darlings started missing payroll. Layoff announcements replaced IPO filings in the business pages. In their growing Mountain View headquarters, still modest by Silicon Valley standards, with its primary colored simplicity and engineer-focused amenities, Sergey paced the hallway outside the conference room where a small team was putting the finishing touches on AdWords. "It has to be seamless," he insisted when the product manager emerged. "Users come first. The ads cannot degrade the experience." The manager nodded, used to Brin's intensity. Text only, clearly marked as sponsored, no flashy banners, and they only appear when they're relevant to the search. Sergey nodded, satisfied. This was the bargain he was making with himself. The technical purity of the search algorithm would remain sacrosanct, but they would create an adjacent economic engine ads that appeared only when they might actually be useful, priced through an auction system that would reward relevance. It was elegant in its way, a compromise that felt intellectually defensible. Users would get free, high-quality search. Advertisers would pay only when users showed interest. Google would take its cut as the marketplace maker. "How soon can we launch?" Sergey asked. "October," came the reply. "We're testing the self-service platform now." As the manager returned to the conference room, Sergey stopped by a window overlooking the parking lot. Out there, beyond the Google campus, startups were dying. The exuberance that had defined 1999 was curdling into anxiety. Pets.com, which had run a Super Bowl ad just months earlier, was circling the drain. Layoffs were spreading across the valley like a contagion. But inside Google, there was a peculiar calm, the focused energy of people who believed they were building something that would last, not just riding a speculative wave. Later that evening, Sergey sat with Larry and a small group of engineers in the kitchen area, picking at takeout Chinese food as they discussed the future. "The bubble's bursting," one engineer observed, breaking apart a fortune cookie. "Half my friends have been laid off." "We're not a bubble company," Sergey replied, his voice quiet but firm. "We solve a real problem. We have real technology, and soon we'll have a real business model." The AdWords launch in October 2000 was deliberately understated. No lavish party, just a press release and a new option on the website. Initially offering a flat fee structure, it was only the first iteration of what would become the company's financial engine. By early 2001, the landscape had changed dramatically. The dot-com crash was in full swing, with the Nasdaq having lost more than half its value from its peak. Office space in San Francisco and Silicon Valley was suddenly abundant as companies folded. The national mood had turned cautious, skeptical. Yet inside Google, there was a growing sense of confidence. AdWords was generating revenue, and the engineering team was already working on refinements that would eventually lead to the auction-based, cost-per-click model that would prove so devastatingly effective. Sergey stood before a whiteboard in a small conference room, sketching out equations. The average cost per click hovered between $1 and $2, a seemingly small number that, multiplied across millions of searches, was beginning to add up to something substantial. "We're approaching profitability," he said to Larry, who was reviewing server capacity projections at the table. "Q2 looks like our turning point." Larry nodded, a rare smile crossing his face, "while everyone else is imploding." This was the vindication of their approach, staying lean, focusing on technology rather than marketing, developing a business model that scaled with usage. While competitors had burned through cash reserves chasing eyeballs and stickiness, Google had built a machine that converted relevance directly into revenue. In April 2001, as the second quarter began, Sergey found himself increasingly preoccupied with a different question: the future leadership of the company. Google was growing, the business model was working, and both he and Larry recognized that their strengths were in product vision and technical innovation, not necessarily in managing a rapidly expanding organization. "We need someone who speaks CEO," Sergey said during one of their late-night discussions in the office. "Someone who can handle the board, the press, the investors, all the things that pull us away from building." The search for an experienced executive led them to Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Novell and with a background at Sun Microsystems. After several meetings, it became clear that Schmidt understood both the technical foundation of Google and the business challenges ahead. In July 2001, as reports circulated that Google had achieved its first profitable quarter with some estimates putting net income around $10 million, the announcement came. Eric Schmidt would join as CEO, with Larry taking the role of President of Products and Sergey becoming President of Technology. "It's not about stepping back," Sergey explained to a group of engineers concerned about the change. "It's about focusing on what we do best, the technology, the products that's still us, that's always been us." The arrangement made strategic sense. Schmidt would bring operational discipline and corporate credibility, while the founders would maintain control over the company's technical direction and culture. It was a power-sharing model that protected their vision while acknowledging the need for experienced management. On a foggy September morning in 2001, Sergey arrived at the Google office earlier than usual. The events of September 11, just days earlier, had cast a pall over the nation. The mood was somber, uncertain. The world had changed in ways that were still unfolding. He found several engineers already at work, monitoring search trends that reflected the national trauma. "Information seeking in crisis," one analyst called it, people turning to Google to understand what was happening, to find answers in a moment that defied explanation. "This is why what we do matters," Sergey said quietly, reviewing the search queries that showed a nation trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. "In moments like this, access to information isn't just convenient, it's essential." The attacks had sharpened his sense of purpose. In a world suddenly more complicated, more fearful, the mission of organizing information and making it universally accessible felt more vital than ever. Later that day, in a meeting with Schmidt and Page, the conversation turned to the practical implications of the new reality. The Patriot Act was being drafted, with expanded surveillance provisions. The relationship between technology companies and government agencies would inevitably change. "We need to think carefully about user privacy," Sergey insisted, "about what data we keep, what we share, what we protect. These questions are going to become more important, not less." Schmidt nodded, appreciating the founders' concern for these issues even as they navigated the more immediate challenges of growing the business. "We'll need principles to guide us, clear lines we won't cross. The conversation would eventually lead to the formal articulation of "don't be evil," a phrase that had circulated informally within Google, now codified as a corporate value. It was simplistic, perhaps, but it captured something essential about how Sergey and Larry wanted to build their company, with a moral compass that acknowledged the power of information and the responsibility that came with it. As 2001 drew to a close, Google stood in a unique position. While the broader technology sector was still reeling from the dot-com crash, Google was profitable, growing, and increasingly confident in its business model. The transition to a triumvirate leadership structure with Schmidt as CEO was working, allowing Sergey to focus on what he loved most, the technical challenges of improving search and developing new products. In his new role as president of technology, Sergey spent more time with the engineering teams, less with investors and the press. It suited his temperament. He had never been comfortable as the public face of the company, preferring the problem-solving challenges of building the product to the performance aspects of corporate leadership. One evening in December, as the year's end approached, Sergey walked through the Google office, now housing several hundred employees. The holiday decorations added splashes of color to the already playful workspace, with its lava lamps, exercise balls, and collaborative areas designed to facilitate the chance encounters that often sparked innovation. He passed the kitchen, where the chef Charlie Ayers, famously poached from the Grateful Dead, was preparing a late dinner for engineers working into the night. The free food policy, once seen as an indulgence, had proven to be both a cultural cornerstone and a practical tool for keeping productive people on site and engaged. In the distance, he could hear the distinctive sound of a ping-pong match in progress. The game tables weren't just perks, they were pressure valves for minds that needed occasional release from intense concentration. Sergey stopped at a window, looking out at the lights of Mountain View. So much had changed in just 3 years since he and Larry had incorporated Google in Susan Wojcicki's garage. From a research project to a company with hundreds of employees and a clear path to significant revenue. What hadn't changed was the central insight that the web's own structure, the links between pages, could reveal what was valuable, what was relevant. PageRank had been an elegant solution to the problem of information retrieval in a vast, unstructured space. AdWords had been an equally elegant solution to the problem of monetization, aligning the company's interests with both users and advertisers in a self-reinforcing cycle. As he turned away from the window, Sergey felt a cautious optimism. The dot-com crash had cleared away much of the froth and fantasy from the technology sector. What remained were companies solving real problems with sustainable business models. Google, he believed, was one of them. The road ahead would not be simple. There would be competitors to navigate, regulatory challenges to address, the constant tension between commercial imperatives and the company's idealistic mission. But in that moment, at the end of a tumultuous year that had tested both the company and the nation, Sergey Brin allowed himself to believe that what they had built might indeed last, might even, in some small way, help shape a better future. The afternoon light slanted through the blinds, casting geometric shadows across the whiteboard where Sergey Brin stood, marker in hand. The equation-covered surface told the story of Google's financial reality in early 2002, a burn rate approaching $500,000 monthly, contrasted against a world where dot-com darlings had become cautionary tales. Outside the window, Palo Alto seemed quieter now. The frenzied optimism of the late 90s had given way to a more sober Silicon Valley. Sergey ran a hand through his curly dark hair, studying the numbers. His baggy jeans and Stanford t-shirt were the same uniform he'd worn for years, even as everything else around them transformed. The investment capital they'd raised during the boom was steadily diminishing, and the pressure from Sequoia and Kleiner Perkins was mounting by the week. "So this is what a near-death experience feels like," Larry Page said from the doorway, a half-smile playing at his lips despite the gravity of their situation. Sergey capped the marker. "Technically, we're still breathing." The two founders moved to the window, gazing at the modest campus that housed their 4-year-old company. Neither spoke for a moment, the weight of investor expectations hanging between them. "Yahoo might still make an offer," Larry finally said, his voice neutral. The rumor had been circulating, an acquisition valued at approximately $1 billion. Sergey's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. And then what? We become another feature in their portal? Another acquisition that withers inside a larger company? "It would be an exit," Larry said, though his tone lacked conviction. Sergey turned from the window. "Is that why we left Stanford? To build something that could be great, only to hand it over when things get difficult?" Their eyes met in shared understanding. Both knew they weren't building Google to flip it. They were building it because search was broken, and they had found a better way. The following morning, Sergey sat in the conference room with Eric Schmidt, their recently appointed CEO, and the AdWords team. Outside, the California winter was mild. Newspapers carried headlines about the new Department of Homeland Security, and the economy was in a tentative recovery that seemed to bypass most technology companies. "The banner ads aren't working," Sergey said, his accent still faintly detectable after years in America. "They're intrusive, users hate them, and the click-through rates are abysmal." Salar Kamangar, one of their early employees, nodded agreement. "The auction model has potential, but we need to refine it." Sergey leaned forward, fingers steepled. "What if we made the entire process transparent, performance-based, with clear metrics?" Eric, whose corporate experience at Novell and Sun Microsystems provided ballast to the founder's academic approach, looked skeptical. "Advertisers like predictability. They want to know what they're buying." "But what if they knew exactly what they were getting?" Sergey countered. "What if they only paid when it worked?" The room fell silent as he outlined a vision. Advertisers bidding for keywords in a continuous auction, paying only when users clicked, with rankings determined by both bid amount and relevance. The system would be self-optimizing, allowing companies of any size to compete based on effectiveness rather than marketing budgets. "It's elegant," Larry said finally. "It aligns our incentives with both users and advertisers." Eric made notes, his corporate skepticism gradually giving way to calculated interest. "It's unorthodox, but so is everything else about Google." Sergey smiled faintly. "Orthodox approaches gave us Alta Vista and Excite. Look where they are now." The winter of 2002 passed into spring, and AdWords began to transform. The refined auction system, initially dismissed by traditional marketing executives, was becoming impossible to ignore. In conference rooms across Silicon Valley and beyond, companies that had written off internet advertising after the bubble burst found themselves allocating experimental budgets to Google's platform. In Google's increasingly crowded headquarters, Sergey paced before a wall of monitors displaying real-time metrics. Revenue was climbing, $70 million the previous year, projections approaching $250 million for 2002, and forecasts suggesting nearly $1 billion for 2003 if current trends continued. "We solved the revenue problem," he told Larry late one evening, the office empty save for a few engineers. "But we haven't solved the control problem." Larry nodded, understanding immediately. "The VCs are already talking about IPO timelines. And then we answer to Wall Street analysts who want predictable quarterly growth," Sergey continued, his expression contemplative. "Everything we've built has been about long-term thinking. What happens when we're pressured to maximize short-term metrics?" They hadn't fled academia just to be constrained by a different master. The question of control lingered between them as spring turned to summer, and the company that had nearly run out of runway now found itself with a business model that worked almost too well. By mid-2003, Google had outgrown its Palo Alto space. The company moved to a sprawling campus in Mountain View dubbed the Googleplex, where colorful exercise balls, lava lamps, and free gourmet meals created an atmosphere unlike traditional corporate America. While the country remained fixated on the Iraq War and a tentative economic recovery, Google was experiencing growth that seemed to exist in a parallel reality. Sergey walked the corridors late one evening, nodding to engineers who worked at all hours. The company had surpassed 500 employees, their revenue approaching the projected $1 billion. The burn rate that had once threatened their existence was now a distant memory, replaced by the unfamiliar challenge of scaling an incredibly profitable business. He paused at a window, looking out at the California night. The company's evolution had been remarkable, from 2 Stanford doctoral students with an algorithm to an organization that was becoming, as users sometimes described it, the third half of your brain. The phrase both pleased and unsettled him. In the reflection of the glass, he saw David Drummond, their chief legal officer, approach. "The SEC filings are coming along," Drummond said, "but we need to discuss the structure. The bankers have opinions." Sergey turned. "I'm sure they do. Dual-class shares aren't standard," Drummond continued carefully. "Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse have concerns. Let me guess. They think public shareholders won't accept different voting rights." "Something like that. They're pushing for a traditional structure." Sergey's expression hardened slightly. "The banks work for us, not the other way around. Larry and I aren't building Google to relinquish control to quarterly pressures. It will complicate the process. Then we'll face complications." In their suite at the Four Seasons Palo Alto in April 2004, Sergey reviewed the S-1 filing that would announce Google's intention to go public. The document was unlike any other in corporate history, beginning with a letter from the founders that outlined their commitment to long-term thinking, their belief in doing things differently, and their now famous "don't be evil" philosophy. "Wall Street will hate this," Eric said, reviewing his copy across the table. "The Dutch auction, the dual-class shares, this manifesto about changing the world. They want predictability, not philosophy." "Then they can invest elsewhere," Sergey replied calmly, though his eyes carried a certain intensity. "We're not compromising the company's ability to take risks." Larry nodded agreement. "If we're going public, we're doing it on terms that preserve what makes Google work." Outside, America was deep in a presidential election year. The economy had recovered somewhat, but job growth remained sluggish. In popular culture, The Sopranos was captivating television audiences, and social media was in its infancy. Facebook had just launched as a Harvard-only network 2 months earlier. Inside the suite, the 3 men were mapping out a future that would reshape wealth creation in the digital age. "The analysts will focus on the unconventional structure," Eric cautioned. Sergey met his gaze. "They'll focus on the numbers eventually. 960 million last year. Projections exceeding $1 billion this year." He paused. "We've built a search engine that provides genuine value and a business model that works because it helps businesses find customers who want what they're selling. That's the substance beneath the structure." The morning of August 19, 2004 arrived with a weight of expectation. Sergey awoke early in his modest Mountain View apartment, performing his usual routine of gymnastic exercises, a nod to his Russian heritage before driving to the office. Today, Google would transform from a private company into a public one through an IPO expected to raise well over $1 billion. He dressed with slightly more care than usual, selecting a dark button-down shirt rather than his standard t-shirt. In the kitchen, he scanned the Wall Street Journal, which carried analysis of Google's unusual Dutch auction approach that would allow small investors to participate alongside institutions. The drive to Mountain View was quiet, the California morning already warming. Sergey's thoughts drifted to his parents, Jewish academics who had fled Soviet anti-Semitism when he was 6, seeking opportunity in America. How strange that their scientific careers had led, through their son, to this moment. At the Googleplex, the atmosphere was surprisingly normal. Engineers wrote code, the cafe served breakfast, meetings continued. But in a conference room overlooking the campus, Sergey joined Larry, Eric, and a small team watching financial terminals. The opening price was set at $85 per share, lower than some had expected, but higher than their initial range. As trading began, the price immediately rose, settling above $100 by mid-morning. $1.67 billion raised, the CFO reported. Market cap approximately $23 billion. The numbers were abstract until Sergey saw his own net worth calculated on a sheet passed discreetly to him, approximately $3.8 billion. The Soviet refugee child had become a billionaire several times over in the span of a morning. He felt Larry's eyes on him and met his co-founder's gaze. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. The numbers were impressive but secondary. What mattered was that they had maintained control. The dual-class share structure meant that while public investors owned portions of Google, the founders retained decision-making authority. "Congratulations," Eric said, shaking their hands in turn. "You've built something remarkable." Sergey nodded, his expression thoughtful. "This isn't a finish line, it's a starting point." That evening, after the obligatory champagne toast with the executive team, Sergey drove to a quiet spot overlooking the bay. The sun was setting over the water, casting gold across the surface. Silicon Valley spread beneath him, the landscape of innovation where he and Larry had transformed from graduate students to public company leaders in just 6 years. He thought about the Guardian interview he'd given recently, where he'd spoken about building a company that was innovative, trusted, and ethical. Those words would now be measured against quarterly earnings reports and shareholder expectations. The world was changing rapidly. The internet was evolving from a novelty to a utility. Search was becoming the primary gateway to information for millions, soon to be billions. The responsibility was enormous. His phone vibrated with a message from his parents, a simple congratulations. They, more than most, understood the trajectory, from Moscow restrictions to American possibility, from academic pursuit to commercial success that maintained intellectual integrity. As darkness fell over the bay, Sergey considered the path ahead. Wall Street would want predictable growth. Users would want privacy and relevance. Advertisers would want effectiveness. Governments would eventually want regulation. Balancing these forces while maintaining Google's core mission would require vigilance. The wealth was a tool, he reflected, not an endpoint. It created freedom to make long-term bets, to resist short-term pressures, to build technology that could augment human capability. The third half of your brain, as some users described Google, a powerful metaphor that carried both promise and responsibility. He started the car. The lights of the valley spread below like a circuit board come to life. The company had survived its near-death moment, refined its business model, maintained founder control, and now stood at the threshold of a new era, a public company with private company flexibility, built on algorithms that were changing how humanity accessed information. The Soviet boy who had arrived in America with his mathematician parents had helped create a new kind of wealth, one built not on physical resources, but on organizing the world's information. As he drove back toward Mountain View, Sergey Brin carried the quiet certainty that this was still only the beginning. The helicopter cut a silhouette against the San Francisco sunset, its rotors chopping through the coastal air as it descended toward the rooftop landing pad. Sergey Brin gazed out the window, watching the Google campus grow smaller behind him. The sprawling buildings housed what had become, in less than a decade, one of the most powerful companies in the world. Google it. The phrase had entered the lexicon, become a verb in dozens of languages. Sergey smiled faintly at the thought. It was late 2006, and the empire was expanding. Data centers sprouted across continents like digital cathedrals, housing the machinery that cataloged humanity's collective knowledge. The company that had begun in a Stanford dorm room now employed thousands, with tentacles reaching into email, maps, video, and more. Each new service strengthened the core, the perfect, sparse search page that had changed everything. But tonight, Sergey's thoughts weren't on their successes. They dwelled instead on the compromise that gnawed at him. Google.cn had launched in January, the Chinese version of their search engine, censored, filtered, compliant with government demands. A version of Google that showed the world not as it was, but as the Chinese Communist Party wished it to be seen. "We'll land in 5, the pilot announced over the intercom. Sergey nodded absently. The helicopter descended toward the Four Seasons, where Larry Page waited. They needed to talk about China. "The numbers are good," Larry said, sliding a folder across the polished conference table. "Market share growing, revenue climbing." Sergey left the folder untouched. Their hotel suite had been converted into an impromptu meeting room, San Francisco glittering 26 floors below. "Numbers aren't everything," he replied, voice quiet but firm. Larry sighed. They'd had this conversation before. "We're providing a service that's better than what they had, even with the restrictions." "We're helping them build their surveillance state," Sergey countered. He stood and walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. "My parents didn't flee the Soviet Union so I could build tools for another authoritarian regime." The weight of family history hung between them. Mikhail and Eugenia Brin had escaped Moscow when Sergey was 6, Jewish mathematicians fleeing anti-Semitism and limited horizons. They'd taught their son that some principles weren't negotiable. "We're playing the long game," Larry insisted. "Engagement over isolation, change from within." Sergey turned. "And if we're wrong? If we're just giving them cover while they perfect control?" Neither had an answer that satisfied both Google's mission and its balance sheet. For now, they would continue with Google.cn, continue the compromise. But Sergey knew something had shifted inside him. A line was forming, a boundary he wasn't sure he could cross again. The Google cafeteria buzzed with energy on a bright spring morning in 2008. Engineers queued for made-to-order omelets, marketers clustered around tables discussing campaign metrics, and product managers sketched interfaces on napkins. The recession that gripped America seemed distant here, though advertising budgets were tightening across industries. Sergey sat with Eric Schmidt, Google's CEO, in a quiet corner. They weren't discussing quarterly projections or the iPhone's impact on mobile search. The conversation was more personal. "My mother's been diagnosed with Parkinson's," Sergey said, stirring his coffee absently. "Early stages, but the decline is measurable." Eric's expression softened. "I'm sorry, Sergey. That's difficult news." Sergey nodded. "There's more. I've been tested. I carry the LRRK2 mutation, significantly increases my risk." His voice remained even, analytical, as if discussing a complex algorithm rather than his own mortality. "What are the statistics?" Eric asked, recognizing Sergey's preference for data over emotion. "With the mutation, lifetime risk between 30 and 80%. Without it, about 1%. Sergey took a sip of coffee. The question is what to do with that information. Eric studied his colleague. At 34, Sergey appeared the picture of health, trim, athletic, with energy that sometimes manifested as restlessness during long meetings. The genetic warning carried no visible shadow yet. Medical research, Sergey continued. The Michael J. Fox Foundation is doing good work. Stanford has promising leads. And Ann's company. He referred to Ann Wojcicki, his wife and co-founder of 23andMe, the genetic testing company. Their data could accelerate understanding of genetic markers and progression patterns. Funding? I'm allocating a significant portion of my philanthropy there, Sergey confirmed. But it's not just about money. It's about approach. The same principles we apply to search data, pattern recognition, machine learning, could transform how we understand neurological disease. Eric nodded. He recognized the shift happening before him. Sergey was making Parkinson's research personal, applying the same analytical intensity that had built Google's empire to a problem that might one day claim his health. Whatever resources you need, Eric said simply. Sergey's expression remained composed, but gratitude flickered in his eyes. Thank you. The sleek Gulfstream jet cut through night skies over the Pacific, carrying Sergey toward Tokyo for a series of meetings. He'd left behind a campaign season in full swing, Obama and McCain battling for the presidency, Wall Street imploding, and Americans suddenly questioning the foundations of their economic system. Sergey's support for Obama was no secret within Google's walls. The candidate's data-driven campaign, technological fluency, and message of change resonated with Silicon Valley's sensibilities. His personal donations reflected that alignment, though political giving remained a small fraction of his wealth deployment. The jet's cabin was dimly lit, most of the traveling executives asleep in their seats. Sergey sat alone, laptop open, reviewing a confidential document titled China Operations Security Assessment. The report detailed sophisticated cyber intrusions targeting Google's infrastructure. Hidden between technical jargon lay an unsettling reality. The attacks appeared state-sponsored, with Gmail accounts belonging to human rights activists specifically targeted. Sergey closed the laptop and gazed out the window at the star-scattered darkness. The ethical compromise of operating Google.cn had been rationalized as a necessary stepping stone: maintain a presence, build relationships, nudge toward openness. But what if their presence was being weaponized? His thoughts drifted to his mother's apartment in Maryland, where she was adjusting to new medications. To the researchers at Stanford mapping the genetic pathways of neurodegenerative disease. To his own future, probabilistically shadowed by the LRRK2 mutation. Life was too short for compromised principles. That much, at least, was becoming clear. They're escalating the censorship requirements, David Drummond, Google's chief legal officer, explained to the assembled leadership team. Not just filtering search results anymore. They want us to hand over data identifying users who search for sensitive terms. It was December 2009, and Google's Mountain View headquarters was decorated for the holidays. Subtle lights along hallways, a massive tree in the lobby adorned with tech-themed ornaments. But the mood in the executive conference room was far from festive. The Aurora attacks are confirmed as originating from Chinese government proxies, Drummond continued. They specifically targeted the Gmail accounts of Chinese human rights advocates. Sergey's expression had grown increasingly grim as the briefing progressed. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet but carried an unmistakable resolve. "We're done in China," he said. The statement landed like a stone in still water. Several executives exchanged glances. Eric Schmidt leaned forward. "Sergey, the market implications." "I understand the implications," Sergey cut in. "Billions in future revenue, strategic positioning against Baidu, entry into the world's largest internet market. He paused. And I don't care. We should consider all options, another executive suggested carefully. Perhaps a restructuring of operations, additional security protocols. Would you have suggested the same in the Soviet Union? Sergey asked, his gaze steady. Additional protocols while collaborating with the KGB. The room fell silent. Everyone present knew the personal weight behind the question, the history that had brought the Brin family to America. Larry, who had been listening intently, spoke up. What exactly are you proposing? We stop censoring Google.cn immediately. When the Chinese government retaliates, we redirect to Hong Kong. We make it clear why we're doing it. Sergey's plan was already fully formed in his mind. We take the moral position, even at the cost of the market. The shareholders, someone began. Will understand that some lines can't be crossed, Sergey finished. Not if we want to keep "Don't be evil" as anything more than a marketing slogan. The debate continued for hours, scenarios mapped, contingencies planned, risks calculated. But the decision was essentially made the moment Sergey spoke. By evening, teams were quietly preparing for what would become a defining corporate stand against state censorship. January 12, 2010. The announcement landed like a thunderclap in the business world. Google would no longer censor search results in China. If forced, they would exit the market entirely. Sergey stood by a window in his office, watching employees cross the campus below. His phone had been ringing constantly. Investors, politicians, journalists, all wanting to understand the decision that would potentially sacrifice billions in future revenue. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. It was Nicole Wong, Google's vice president and deputy general counsel. The Chinese government has responded, she said, about what we expected. They're calling it irresponsible. Sergey nodded. And internally? The Beijing office is in shock, as you can imagine. But there's also pride. Several employees have sent messages supporting the stand. Good. Sergey turned from the window. How are we doing on the Hong Kong redirect? Ready when needed. It won't last. They'll block us eventually, but it makes the point. Sergey gestured for her to sit. You know, when I was little, just after we came to America, my father told me something I never forgot. He said the difference between the Soviet Union and the United States wasn't just wealth or freedom, it was that in America you could draw your own lines. Nicole smiled slightly. That's a good way of putting it. This is our line, Sergey said simply. Some things matter more than market cap. As she left, Sergey returned to the window. The decision would be analyzed in business schools for decades, praised as ethical leadership or criticized as strategic blunder. Wall Street would debate whether principles belonged on quarterly reports. But for Sergey, the calculation was simpler. Some compromises cost more than they were worth. Months later, Sergey stood on the deck of his home in Los Altos Hills, watching the California sunset paint the sky in layers of orange and purple. The Google.cn battle had played out exactly as predicted. The redirect to Hong Kong implemented, followed by China blocking Google services entirely. Baidu had claimed the market, but Google had claimed the moral high ground. His phone buzzed with a message from Anne. She was at the lab, running late. The Michael J. Fox Foundation had approved another round of funding for their Parkinson's research initiative. Progress was incremental but real. Sergey scrolled through email as twilight descended. Board meetings, product launches, infrastructure expansions, the endless machinery of a company still growing beyond what anyone had imagined possible. Behind it all lay questions no algorithm could answer. What would Google become? What legacy would it leave? What lines would define its future? A reporter had asked him recently about long-term planning. His answer had been characteristically direct. "I don't think it's a good idea to plan more than a year ahead." The philosophy had served him well. The Soviet Union had collapsed. Google had risen from nothing to reshape how humanity accessed information. Markets had boomed and crashed. His own genetic code carried uncertain promise. The only constant was change itself. As darkness fell over Silicon Valley, Sergey Brin, refugee, mathematician, billionaire, stood at the intersection of principle and power, drawing his own lines in an uncertain world. The San Francisco fog hung heavy over the bay, shrouding the Golden Gate Bridge in a gauzy veil as Sergey Brin stared out the window of his corner office in the Googleplex. It was late 2011, and a peculiar tranquility had settled over him since stepping back from day-to-day operations. Larry was CEO now, handling the quarterly earnings calls and regulatory headaches, while Sergey had retreated to a realm of his own making, a playground of technological possibility they called Google X. The weight of his smartphone felt different in his pocket these days. No longer was it just a communication device. It was a reminder of what technology could become, intimate, personal, yet somehow still distant. He pulled it out, glanced at a text from Larry about an upcoming board meeting, and slipped it away again. "The moonshots are more interesting than the mundane," he murmured to himself, a mantra he'd been repeating in various forms since his transition. Outside his office, the Googleplex hummed with activity. Engineers in T-shirts bearing ironic slogans shuttled between buildings on colorful bicycles. The cafeterias served free gourmet meals. Conference rooms named after space missions hosted intense debates about algorithm efficiency and user privacy. It was a world Sergey had helped create, a world that increasingly reflected both his ambitions and his blind spots. Astro Teller, the long-haired physicist who ran Google X day-to-day, appeared at his door with a prototype in hand. Taller than Sergey, with intense eyes that matched his intensity of purpose, Astro had become Sergey's primary collaborator in pushing the boundaries of what Google could be. "You should try the new version," Astro said, handing over a sleek pair of augmented reality glasses. "The display is much clearer, and we've reduced the weight by another 8%. Sergey took Google Glass in his hands, turning the device over. The titanium frame felt substantial yet light, the prism display a small window into a possible future. He slipped them on, the familiar weight settling on the bridge of his nose. "Better," he nodded, navigating through the interface with subtle head movements and finger taps against the temple. "Still too obvious that you're wearing something electronic, though." "We'll get there," Astro assured him. "The team's working on miniaturizing components further, but there are physical limits to how small we can make the battery and processors." Sergey nodded, removing the glasses. "It's not just the technology. We need to make wearing these normal, socially acceptable." "That's marketing's problem," Astro said with a slight smile. But Sergey shook his head. "No, it's our problem. Engineering and social adoption aren't separate challenges, they're the same challenge. Solving big problems is easier than solving little problems." Astro raised an eyebrow. "That sounds counterintuitive." "The bigger the problem, the more freedom you have to reimagine the solution," Sergey replied, placing the glasses on his desk. "Small problems come with established constraints, expectations. When you're trying to add 10% to an ad product, you're working within tight boundaries. But when you're trying to extend human lifespan or make transportation fundamentally safer with self-driving cars, you can rethink everything." Later that evening, Sergey rode the Google shuttle back to his home in Los Altos Hills. The luxury bus moved through Silicon Valley traffic, its Wi-Fi keeping employees connected, its tinted windows keeping the world at a comfortable distance. He worked on his laptop, reviewing proposals for projects that would eventually become Loon, internet balloons for remote areas, and Calico, the ambitious life extension venture. Anne Wojcicki, his wife and the founder of 23andMe, was waiting at home. Their relationship had been strained lately. The demands of two ambitious careers, young children, and the peculiar pressures of enormous wealth creating invisible fault lines. But they maintained a united front, especially around their philanthropic work and their shared interest in genetic research. "How was your day?" she asked, her blonde hair pulled back, her posture suggesting she'd just returned from a meeting herself. "Promising," Sergey replied. "The glass prototype is getting better, and we're making progress on the self-driving car. It successfully navigated downtown Mountain View yesterday without human intervention." "That's amazing," Anne said, genuine interest in her voice despite having heard variations of this update for months. "And what about the privacy concerns? Has Larry made any progress with Washington?" Sergey's expression clouded slightly. "The FTC consent decree is constraining. 10 years of privacy audits ahead of us because of buzz. It feels excessive." "People care about their privacy," Anne reminded him gently. "They care about their perception of privacy," Sergey countered. "The same people who worry about Google knowing their search history post their entire lives on Facebook." This was an old conversation between them, the tension between technological capability and social acceptance. Sergey believed deeply in the transformative power of information access, but the regulatory and social headwinds were strengthening. The following morning, Sergey decided to take the San Francisco BART rather than his usual private transportation. He wore the Google Glass prototype, partly as a real-world test, partly as a deliberate statement. The reaction from fellow commuters ranged from curious stares to deliberate avoidance of eye contact. One young man approached, excited. "Are those the Google glasses? That's so cool. How do they work?" Sergey spent a few minutes demonstrating, showing how he could take photos, hands-free, get directions that appeared to float in his field of vision, and search for information without pulling out a phone. The young man was impressed, but an older woman nearby seemed unsettled, adjusting her position to move further away. This was the paradox Sergey increasingly faced, the technology that excited him, that he believed would enhance human capability, provoked discomfort in others. The cameras on faces, the potential for constant recording, the asymmetry of knowing who was observing and who was being observed. These were social frictions no engineering solution could easily resolve. At a press event in early 2013, Sergey took the stage to publicly champion Google Glass. Wearing the device himself, he presented a vision of technology that augmented human experience rather than interrupting it. "Imagine having access to information without having to pull out your phone, without breaking your connection to the people and world around you," he told the assembled journalists. "Glass is about being more present, not less." The demonstrations were impressive. Skydivers live streaming their descent, cyclists capturing their rides from a first-person perspective, models wearing glass on fashion runways to normalize the aesthetic. For a moment, it seemed as if Sergey's vision might break through, might reset expectations about wearable technology. But in the months that followed, a different narrative took hold. Bars in San Francisco posted "No Google Glass" signs. Op-ed pieces questioned the privacy implications. The term "glasshole" entered the lexicon, describing users who recorded without permission or who appeared to be surveilling rather than participating in social situations. In the Google X lab, Sergey reviewed the mounting evidence of cultural rejection with his team. The project had cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Estimates ran as high as $500 million. And while the technology worked, the social acceptance wasn't following. "We solved the wrong problem," he admitted to Astro during a late-night session. "We focused on whether we could build it, not whether people would welcome it." Is it just timing? Astro asked. Maybe we're too early. Maybe, Sergey conceded. Or maybe we misunderstood something fundamental about how people want to interact with technology. The same skepticism is hitting the self-driving car project. People aren't ready to give up control, even when the data shows it would be safer. The Edward Snowden revelations in June 2013 complicated matters further. The leak of classified NSA documents revealed mass surveillance programs, some involving data collection from major tech companies through the PRISM program. Though Google denied direct access to its servers and fought for the right to disclose more about government data requests, the public narrative shifted. Technology companies weren't just innovators anymore, they were potential surveillance partners. Sergey found himself in a difficult position. The immigrant who had escaped Soviet restrictions on information flow now led a company that some viewed as enabling a different kind of control. The mathematical brilliance that had created PageRank, treating links as votes to determine relevance, had evolved into systems that collected vast amounts of user data, raising questions about power and accountability. In a meeting with Larry Page and Eric Schmidt, Sergey voiced his frustration. We built Google to make information universally accessible, to organize the world's knowledge. Now people act like we're the enemy. It's the inevitable pendulum swing, Eric replied, his political savvy showing. When you become powerful enough to change the world gets nervous about your power. Larry nodded. We need to be more transparent about what we do with data, more explicit about the user benefits, and maybe more selective about which moonshots we pursue publicly versus privately. By late 2004, Sergey had made peace with a difficult decision. Google Glass, at least in its current form, needed to be shelved. The Explorer program would end. The public-facing team would be reorganized, and the technology would retreat into enterprise applications and internal development. It was a significant setback for his vision, a costly lesson in the limits of technological solutionism. On a rare rainy day in Silicon Valley, Sergey walked alone through the sprawling Google campus. The colored bicycles stood unused in their racks, raindrops beating on their frames. Employees hurried between buildings, hunched under umbrellas or jackets. The weather matched his mood, reflective, a little somber, but not without hope. His phone buzzed with a message from the Calico team. They'd made progress on a biomarker analysis that might open new paths for understanding cellular aging. Another message followed from the Loon project, reporting successful test flights in New Zealand, bringing internet access to remote areas. These were the moonshots that still had runway, still had potential. Glass had been a costly experiment, but Sergey had always believed that failure was valuable if you learned from it. And he had learned something essential. Technology existed in a social context. The most elegant engineering couldn't overcome human resistance if it violated deeply held norms about privacy, autonomy, and the boundaries between public and private life. As Sergey approached Building 43, he noticed a tour group of schoolchildren, around 10 years old, being guided through the campus. They pointed excitedly at the android lawn statues, took pictures with their phones, asked animated questions about what it was like to work at Google. Their enthusiasm was untainted by cynicism, their relationship with technology still one of wonder rather than wariness. Those kids will grow up with different expectations than their parents, Astro said, appearing beside Sergey as if materializing from the rain itself. What seems invasive now might seem normal to them. Sergey nodded. Maybe, or maybe we need to build technology that respects what people value across generations: privacy, agency, transparency. Is that our next moonshot? Astro asked. Reconciling technological capability with human values. It might be the most important one, Sergey replied, watching the children disappear into a building, their future relationship with technology, with the digital world he had helped create, still unwritten. The rain intensified, drumming against the roofs and walkways of the Googleplex. But Sergey remained outside a moment longer, face tilted up to the sky, feeling the cool droplets against his skin. A simple, physical sensation in a world growing increasingly digital, increasingly complex. The moonshots would continue, the vision would evolve, but something had changed in how he understood the relationship between technology and humanity. It wasn't enough to build the future. You had to build a future people were willing to inhabit. The October sun set early behind the glass and steel campus, casting long shadows across Mountain View. Sergey Brin stood at the window of a conference room, watching employees stream toward their cars. Tomorrow would bring a new era, a restructuring so profound it would remake the company he had built with Larry Page over the previous 17 years. "You ready for this?" Larry asked, joining him at the window. Sergey turned, studying his longtime friend's face. They had been through everything together, from dorm rooms to boardrooms, from near bankruptcy to unimaginable success. Now they were about to transform their creation once more. "As ready as I'll ever be," Sergey replied. "The SEC filing is complete. The board has approved. Alphabet begins tomorrow." The plan had been months in the making. Google had grown beyond its original mission of organizing the world's information. Now it encompassed self-driving cars, life science research, internet-beaming balloons, and dozens of other moonshots that stretched the definition of what a search company could be. Wall Street analysts struggled to make sense of quarterly earnings that blended advertising profits with experimental investments. The solution, a holding company named Alphabet, with Google as just one subsidiary among many. "Sundar's prepared for his new role?" Sergey asked. Larry nodded. "More than prepared. He's been running the core business for years already. Making him CEO of Google just formalizes what's already happening." Sundar Pichai had proven himself as a capable, steady leader, the perfect person to guide the mature search and advertising business, while Larry and Sergey pursued more speculative ventures. The reorganization would make Larry CEO of Alphabet, with Sergey as president, a structure that would give them freedom to explore new horizons while providing investors with clarity. The next morning, Sergey arrived at the newly designated Alphabet headquarters before dawn. He preferred these quiet hours, when he could think without interruption. His office was still in transition. Boxes of research papers and prototype gadgets waited to be unpacked, while a lone lava lamp bubbled on a shelf, a relic from Google's earliest days. His phone buzzed with a text from Ann. "Good luck today. The kids said to tell you they're proud of Dad." A complicated feeling washed over him. His marriage to Ann Wojcicki had officially ended earlier in the year, though they had separated in 2013. The divorce had been finalized quietly, without public drama, the way Sergey preferred to handle his personal life. They had 2 children together, Benji and Chloe, and had worked out custody arrangements away from public scrutiny. Despite the end of their marriage, Ann remained a partner in many ways, including through their philanthropic work at the Brin Wojcicki Foundation. He typed back, "Thank them for me. We'll call tonight." The foundation represented a significant part of his wealth allocation, around $300 million in assets dedicated to causes ranging from Parkinson's research to poverty alleviation. The disease research held particular significance. Sergey carried a genetic marker that increased his risk for Parkinson's, a fact that had shaped his interest in preventative medicine and life extension technologies. By 9 a.m., the building hummed with activity. The announcement had gone out, and Alphabet was now officially a public entity. Sergey spent the morning in meetings, explaining the vision to teams transitioning to the new structure. The other bets, as they were being called, Waymo for self-driving cars, Verily for life sciences, X for moonshot projects, would now operate as separate companies under the Alphabet umbrella. "How's the market taking it?" Sergey asked Ruth Porat, their recently hired CFO, as they walked across campus for lunch. "Up 5% and climbing," she replied. "Investors like transparency. They want to understand how much goes into the experimental ventures versus the core business. This structure gives them that visibility." Porat had joined from Morgan Stanley earlier that year, a signal to Wall Street that Google was maturing, becoming more financially disciplined. She understood the capital markets in ways that engineers like Sergey and Larry did not, and her presence had already boosted investor confidence. "And our people?" Sergey asked. "How are they feeling?" "Mixed," Ruth admitted. "The Google veterans worry about losing the unified culture. The moonshot teams are excited about having more autonomy." Sergey nodded. Cultural cohesion had always been a priority, but Google had grown too large, too diverse in its pursuits to maintain the startup-like atmosphere of its early days. Better to acknowledge that reality and create appropriate structures than to pretend nothing had changed. In the cafeteria, employees looked up from their meals as he passed, some offering congratulations, others watching with uncertainty. Change was always disruptive, even when necessary. "There's David," Ruth said, nodding toward a table where David Drummond, Alphabet's new chief legal officer, was working through lunch. They joined him, and the conversation turned to the legal frameworks for the new organization. Intellectual property rights, cross-company agreements, regulatory considerations. The restructuring wasn't just about stock price. It was about creating the foundation for decades of future growth. That evening, Sergey drove south on 101 to Palo Alto, where a hangar at the edge of the airport housed his newest venture, LTA Research and Exploration. Founded earlier that year, LTA Lighter Than Air was developing next-generation airships for cargo transport, designed to have a fraction of the carbon footprint of traditional shipping methods. As he pulled into the parking lot, the massive doors of the hangar stood open, revealing the skeletal framework of an airship under construction. Engineers moved around the structure, consulting tablets and adjusting components. This wasn't an Alphabet company. This was personal, funded directly from his wealth rather than through the corporate structure. "How's she coming along?" Sergey asked Alan Weston, the aerospace engineer he'd hired to lead the project. "On schedule," Alan replied, handing him a hard hat. "We've solved the helium containment issues, and the propulsion tests exceeded expectations." Sergey ran his hand along a curved aluminum strut, feeling its cool smoothness. There was something deeply satisfying about building physical objects, a tactile reality that software lacked. The airship represented a convergence of his interests, engineering challenges, environmental concerns, transportation infrastructure. "I saw the Alphabet announcement," Alan said as they walked through the hangar. "Congratulations." "Thanks," Sergey replied. "It's been in the works for a while." "Will this affect our funding?" There was a note of concern in Alan's voice. "Not at all. LTA remains separate, my personal project. Alphabet is about organizing what already exists, not absorbing everything." They spent an hour reviewing technical specifications and testing data. The airship design incorporated materials, science innovations that would have been impossible a decade earlier. If successful, these vessels could transform logistics in regions with poor infrastructure, delivering supplies to remote areas without requiring airports or roads. Later that night, Sergey sat on the deck of his modest Palo Alto home, laptop open, the glow of the screen illuminating his face. The house was quiet. His children were with Anne this week. He scrolled through news coverage of the Alphabet announcement, analysts' reactions, employee posts on internal forums. His phone rang. Larry. Stock closed up 4.7%, Larry said without preamble. Not bad for a day's work. Sergey smiled. Ruth predicted 5. She was close. I just got off a call with Sundar. He's holding an all-hands for Google employees tomorrow, reassuring them that the core business remains the priority. Good. They need to hear that. Sergey paused. I'm heading to X tomorrow. The team there needs reassurance too that the moonshots still matter. X was perhaps the clearest embodiment of their founding philosophy, technological ambition unconstrained by immediate profit concerns. Self-driving cars had begun there before becoming Waymo. Project Loon, with its internet-beaming balloons, had emerged from X Glass with its mixed success, had been an X project. Now, under Alphabet, X would have more explicit permission to pursue long-term visions without quarterly earnings pressure. Have you talked to Anne recently? Larry asked, changing the subject. Briefly, this morning. Sergey leaned back in his chair. The foundation work continues. We're funding a new Parkinson's research initiative at UCSF. Good. That's important work. The Brin-Wojcicki Foundation had become a significant vehicle for their philanthropy, operating quietly compared to more public charitable organizations. Their approach reflected Sergey's personality, systematic, focused on scientific research and technology-driven solutions rather than splashy donations. Morning arrived with fog clinging to the hills west of campus. Sergey parked his Tesla at the X facility, a separate building with unmarked doors and security clearance requirements beyond those of regular Google offices. Inside, teams worked on projects that might fail 9 times out of 10, but whose single success could change entire industries. Astro Teller, the captain of Moonshots who ran X, met him in the lobby. With his distinctive long hair and thoughtful manner, Astro embodied the blend of scientific rigor and creative thinking the lab cultivated. Welcome to X, the newly independent subsidiary, Astro said with a smile, though it doesn't feel much different yet. That's by design, Sergey replied as they walked through the open workspace. The restructuring is about clarity for investors and focus for teams. The culture remains. They toured project areas, some visible, others hidden behind privacy screens. Engineers demonstrated prototypes, explained technical challenges, proposed solutions. Sergey asked questions, offered suggestions, connected seemingly unrelated concepts in ways that opened new possibilities. This was where he felt most engaged, surrounded by difficult problems at the intersection of multiple disciplines. The Alphabet structure would allow X to take bigger risks while isolating Google shareholders from the inevitable failures that accompanied such ambition. Over lunch in a conference room, Astro raised the question that had been circulating. With the restructuring, does your role at X change? Sergey considered this. I'll be more directly involved, actually. As Alphabet's president, overseeing X is one of my primary responsibilities. Larry and I created Alphabet partly so we could focus on areas like this rather than the day-to-day of the core business. And the dual-class stock structure? Astro asked. That stays in place? Yes. This was crucial. The voting structure that gave founders controlling interest despite owning a minority of shares. Without that, we couldn't take the long view. Wall Street thinks in quarters, we think in decades. This was the leverage that allowed them to pursue projects with uncertain payoffs. Public companies typically faced pressure for immediate returns, but Google's structure, now Alphabet's insulated leadership from short-term demands. It was a privilege Sergey took seriously, a responsibility to use that freedom for meaningful innovation. That evening, Sergey met with Ruth Porat and the finance team to review the structure of Alphabet's financial reporting. Under the new system, investors would see Google's performance separate from the other bets, transparency that would reveal both the cash-generating power of the core business and the extent of investment in experimental ventures. We'll need to establish clear capital allocation frameworks, Ruth explained. How much of Google's profit flows to other bets? What metrics we use to evaluate continued investment when we decide to graduate projects to full subsidiaries or shut them down? Sergey nodded. The structure should be rigorous but not rigid. Some projects need longer runways than others. This balance between financial discipline and innovative freedom would define Alphabet's success. The restructuring acknowledged a fundamental truth. The company had grown beyond what two founders could directly oversee. By creating clearer boundaries and delegating authority, they were building an institution that could outlast its creators. After the meeting, Sergey drove home through the gathering darkness, streets lined with the campuses of technology companies that had transformed the valley from orchards to the epicenter of the digital revolution. He thought about the responsibility that came with Alphabet's creation, not just to shareholders, but to users, employees, society. At a red light, he checked his phone and saw an email from Anne about the foundation's latest grant proposals. Despite their divorce, they remained aligned on philanthropic goals. The Brin Foundation operated with the same methodical approach that characterized his business decisions, identifying leverage points where funding could catalyze disproportionate progress. Weeks passed as Alphabet's new structure took shape. The market responded positively, with the stock price climbing steadily. Sundar Pichai settled into his role as Google CEO, handling product launches and earnings calls with a calm competence that reassured investors. The other bets continued their work with clearer mandates and more explicit accountability. For Sergey, the reorganization brought a different rhythm to his days. Less time in meetings about advertising algorithms, more in laboratories and research facilities. He divided his attention between X, where moonshots took shape, Verily, focused on life sciences, Waymo, advancing self-driving technology, and his personal projects like LTA research. One afternoon in December, he sat with Larry in the small courtyard outside the Alphabet offices. The winter sun provided little warmth, but they had always preferred outdoor conversations for important discussions. "It's working," Larry said. "Better than I expected, honestly." Sergey nodded. The team seemed clearer about their missions. Investors understand the structure. The transition has been smoother than most reorganizations of this scale. "And you? How's the president role treating you?" Sergey considered this. "It fits. I'm spending more time on the technologies that interest me, less on the operations that others can handle better." This had always been their complementary strength, knowing when to hold control tightly and when to delegate. The Alphabet structure formalized what had been evolving organically. "And beyond work?" Larry asked. "How are things?" "Adjusting," Sergey replied. "The kids are doing well. The custody arrangement is working. LTA is making progress. We should have the first full-scale prototype flying next year." He didn't elaborate on the personal transitions. The end of his marriage had been a private grief, processed quietly. He had always compartmentalized work, family, research, philanthropy, each in its defined space. The Alphabet restructuring, in some ways, mirrored that tendency, creating cleaner boundaries around different pursuits. "We've built something that can last," Larry said, looking across the campus where employees moved between buildings. "Something that doesn't depend solely on us anymore." That was the real achievement. Not the stock price or market capitalization, but the creation of an ecosystem that could sustain innovation beyond their personal involvement. The dual-class structure gave them control, but Alphabet's design distributed responsibility and authority to a broader leadership team. As 2015 drew to a close, Sergey hosted a small dinner at his home for the ex-leadership team. They gathered around his dining table, discussing projects at various stages of development, some just beginning, others approaching graduation to independent subsidiaries. To moonshots, Astro said, raising a glass, and to the structure that protects them. To Alphabet, Sergey replied. May it provide both the freedom to explore and the discipline to execute. The conversation flowed through technical challenges, market opportunities, philosophical questions about technology's role in society. These were the discussions that energized him, speculative, multidisciplinary, unconstrained by quarterly targets or conventional thinking. Later, after his guests had departed, Sergey stood in his backyard, looking up at the clear winter sky. Stars shone with remarkable clarity, a rarity in the often foggy Bay Area. The Alphabet restructuring had been corporate strategy, certainly, but it was also personal evolution. It acknowledged that Google had grown beyond its founders' direct control while preserving their ability to guide its long-term direction. In creating Alphabet, he and Larry had built an architecture for the next phase of their vision. A structure that could accommodate both the predictable profit of search advertising and the speculative potential of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, transportation systems. The holding company was itself a moonshot of sorts, an experiment in corporate organization designed to balance innovation and accountability. Sergey thought about his children, who would grow up in a world transformed by the technologies being developed under Alphabet's umbrella. The restructuring wasn't just about stock price or management efficiency. It was about creating a vehicle for long-term impact, an institution that could pursue audacious goals across decades rather than quarters. The night air carried a winter chill. Sergey turned toward his house, where warm light spilled from the windows. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, technical problems to solve, teams to guide, possibilities to explore. But tonight, he could appreciate the milestone they had reached. Alphabet wasn't an ending, it was a beginning, a framework for the next chapter in a story still being written. The glass-walled conference room stood empty, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the pristine oval table. Sergey Brin gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sprawling Googleplex campus below. Employee protesters had gathered in the courtyard, their signs visible even from this height. Time's up, no forced arbitration, don't be evil, mean it. November 2018. 20,000 Google employees worldwide had walked out, the largest labor protest in Silicon Valley history. The revelation about Andy Rubin's $90 million exit package despite sexual harassment allegations had ignited something that had been smoldering for years, a growing chasm between the company's stated values and its actions. Sergey ran his fingers through his salt and pepper hair. At 45, he maintained the lean physique of his younger years, though the lines around his eyes had deepened. His casual attire, dark jeans, a plain gray t-shirt under an open button-down, belied his position as president of Alphabet, Google's parent company, and his status as one of the wealthiest men in the world. "They're right, you know," he said quietly as Larry Page entered the room. "We've lost something." Larry, equally casual in his attire but carrying the weight of the moment in his posture, nodded silently. Their relationship had evolved over 20 years from Stanford doctoral students to tech titans with a shorthand communication style that required minimal words. "The apology needs to be real," Sergey continued. "End forced arbitration. Overhaul how we handle harassment cases. It's not about just surviving this, it's about whether we still deserve their trust." Larry settled into a chair. "The board meeting starts in 10 minutes. Sundar's prepared to announce policy changes." Sergey turned from the window. "It won't be enough. We've become too distant. When did that happen, Larry? When did we stop being in the rooms where these decisions get made?" The question hung in the air between them, a rare moment of vulnerability between two men who had built an empire on the promise of organizing the world's information, only to find themselves struggling to manage the internal culture of their own creation. 3 months earlier, Sergey had stood in a different glass-walled room, this one in Brussels, as his legal team explained the European Commission's latest antitrust fine, 4.44 billion euros for Android bundling violations. This followed the 2.42 billion euros fine from 2017 for favoring Google Shopping in search results. With the 1.49 billion euros AdSense fine still to come in 2019, the total would reach 8.2 billion euros. "They're making an example of us," said the lead counsel, a distinguished woman with a crisp British accent. "The EU wants to establish itself as the global regulatory standard-bearer." Sergey nodded, his expression unreadable. "And the real target is American tech dominance." "That's part of it," she agreed, "but there's legitimate concern about concentration of power. When we started, we were disrupting entrenched interests. Now, to much of the world, we are the entrenched interest." The irony wasn't lost on him. The immigrant who had fled the Soviet Union's oppressive system had created a company so powerful that governments around the world now viewed it with suspicion. Outside the window, Brussels carried on, a city of medieval grandeur and modern bureaucracy. Sergey thought of his father, mathematician Sergey Brin, who had faced systematic discrimination in Moscow before bringing his family to America. What would he make of his son being treated as a quasi-monopolist by European regulators? The systems of power had shifted, but the dynamics of resistance and control remained. Back in his hotel suite that evening, Sergey reviewed his investment portfolio, a topic that increasingly occupied his thoughts. For the first decade of Google's existence, approximately 90% of his wealth had been tied to the company's stock. Only in recent years had he begun meaningful diversification, though his control of Google, approximately 5.8% economic ownership, but significantly higher voting power through Class B shares, remained the cornerstone of his fortune. He closed the laptop and walked to the window. The Brussels skyline glittered under a velvet sky. His reflection stared back at him, the same face, transformed by time and wealth and power. He had more money than he could spend in multiple lifetimes, yet the company he'd built was facing existential challenges from without and within. What remained, he wondered, of the idealistic graduate student who believed that better information access would naturally improve society? That assumption now seemed painfully naive. January 2007. San Francisco International Airport was a sea of protesters. The Trump administration's travel ban had sparked spontaneous demonstrations at airports across the country. Sergey moved through the crowd, his hoodie providing minimal anonymity. "My family came as refugees," he told a reporter who recognized him. The statement was brief but loaded with personal history. His parents had fled Soviet anti-Semitism when he was 6 years old, seeking opportunity in America. Now, as a billionaire, he was watching his adopted country close its doors to others seeking similar refuge. Within days, news broke that Sergey and his ex-wife, Ann Wojcicki, had donated approximately $1 million to organizations like the ACLU and International Rescue Committee. It was a fraction of his wealth, but the symbolism mattered. The immigrant turned billionaire standing against anti-immigrant policies. Back at his office, he discussed the situation with David Drummond, Alphabet's chief legal officer. "The company needs to be careful," Drummond advised. "We've got government contracts, regulatory matters pending. Taking strong political positions has consequences." Sergey removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "So does silence." "I'm not suggesting silence, but there's a difference between your personal actions and corporate positions." Sergey nodded slowly. The personal is easier, cleaner, no board approval needed. Later that week, he sat with Larry in one of the company's quieter cafeterias. Around them, employees discussed the travel ban in hushed, concerned tones. The company's workforce included people from dozens of countries, many on visas, many with family abroad. The policy had created waves of anxiety throughout the campus. "We've been too quiet for too long," Sergey said. "The world's changed, Larry. The idea that technology is inherently democratizing, I'm not sure I believe that anymore." Larry looked up from his plate. Because technology amplifies whatever forces are already in play. Exactly. And the forces in play aren't what we thought they'd be when we were 24. Summer 2019. Sergey's private jet touched down at a small airfield near Half Moon Bay. He had spent the morning kiteboarding, one of the high adrenaline hobbies that provided temporary escape from the increasing complexities of his role. The spray of salt water, the pull of wind, the pure physics of it all offered clarity that boardrooms couldn't match. His driver waited on the tarmac, discretion personified in a dark sedan with tinted windows. As they pulled away, Sergey checked his secure phone. 3 missed calls from Larry, 2 from Sundar Pichai, who had been leading Google while Sergey and Larry focused on Alphabet structure and broader strategy. Something's happened, he thought, feeling a familiar tightening in his chest, the sensation that had become more common as the company navigated crisis after crisis. The car wound through coastal hills toward his compound in Los Altos Hills. The property, like the man himself, blended extraordinary resources with deliberate understatement, extensive but not ostentatious, secure but not fortress-like. It reflected his personal philosophy, wealth as freedom and insulation, not as spectacle. Inside, he returned Larry's call first, the phone connecting them across the invisible networks they had helped build. "I've been thinking," Larry said without preamble. "It's time for us to step back." Sergey sat heavily in a chair overlooking his garden. The statement wasn't entirely surprising. They had discussed the possibility before, but hearing it stated so definitively made it real. "Sundar takes Alphabet CEO," Larry continued. "We stay on the board, maintain our voting control, but move to the next phase." "What pushed you over the edge?" Sergey asked. "It's been coming for years. The company needs a different kind of leadership now. More political, more diplomatic. The founders have become liability magnets." Sergey considered this. At 46, he was still young by conventional standards, but in Silicon Valley years, he was already an elder statesman. The industry he had helped transform now moved at a pace and in directions that sometimes left him feeling out of step. "And what's the next phase for us?" he asked. "The freedom to choose," Larry replied. "Isn't that what we wanted all along?" After the call ended, Sergey walked his property alone, past the guest houses and the pool, to a secluded spot where he could see the Santa Cruz Mountains in the distance. Freedom to choose. It sounded simple, yet wealth and power created their own constraints, their own responsibilities. He thought about his children, growing up in a world of extraordinary privilege, yet facing a future more uncertain than his own childhood. Climate change, political polarization, technological disruption, the very forces his company had helped accelerate were reshaping their inheritance in ways he couldn't fully predict. December 3, 2019. The announcement went public. Sergey Brin and Larry Page were stepping down from their executive roles at Alphabet. Sundar Pichai would become CEO of both Google and its parent company. The founders would remain on the board and retain their controlling shares. The tech press labeled it the end of an era. Wall Street barely flinched. The stock actually rose slightly. After 21 years of founder control, the company would continue under professional management, while Brin and Page remained the power behind the throne. That evening, After the press releases and the congratulatory calls to Sundar, Sergey sat alone in his home office. On his screen was the letter he and Larry had written to announce their departure. Today, in 2019, if the company was a person, it would be a young adult of 21, and it would be time to leave the roost. We believe it's time to assume the role of proud parents offering advice and love, but not daily nagging. The parental metaphor wasn't accidental. Google had been their first child, conceived in a Stanford dorm, nurtured through infancy in Susan Wojcicki's garage, raised through adolescence in Mountain View, and now, an adult entity with global reach and influence that extended far beyond their original vision of organizing information. He closed the laptop and walked to a safe concealed behind a bookshelf. Inside was a leather-bound notebook, one of several he had kept over the years, containing thoughts too private for digital storage. He added a new entry, dated December 3, 2019, 21 years. From nothing to something that changed everything. The mission remains right, but the world we built it for no longer exists. What matters now is what we do with the power we've accumulated, both corporate and personal. The next chapter begins. He closed the notebook and returned it to the safe. Outside his window, Silicon Valley stretched into the distance, a landscape of extraordinary wealth and innovation built partly on the foundation he had helped create. His wealth approaching $60 billion represented opportunity and responsibility in equal measure. The trapeze equipment in his home gym called to him. Like kiteboarding and flying, it offered the controlled risk that had always attracted him, the balance of calculation and courage, the moment of release and faith that characterized his best decisions. Tomorrow there would be more calls, more meetings, more decisions about how to direct his wealth and influence. But tonight, he would fly through the air in his private space, momentarily free from the weight of the empire he had built, seeking the clarity that had become increasingly elusive in the corridors of power. The chapter was ending. But the story, his story, Google's story, the story of technology's role in human progress and peril, that would continue, with or without him in the executive suite. The wealth would remain. The influence would remain. The responsibility would remain. And in that responsibility lay the true meaning of his fortune, not what it could buy, but what it could build or break in a world increasingly shaped by the tools he had helped create. The amber light of dusk filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Sergey Brin's Palo Alto office, casting long shadows across the minimalist furniture. Outside, the California sun was setting on a day in October 2020, but inside, it felt as though an era was ending. Sergey's phone buzzed, a message from Larry Page. DOJ filed, it read simply. Sergey didn't need elaboration. The Department of Justice had officially filed their antitrust complaint against Google, the company he had co-founded in a Stanford dorm room that had grown into a digital colossus worth over $1 trillion. The move was expected, but seeing it materialize still sent a chill through him. He gazed at the message for a long moment before setting the phone down. At 47, his boyish features had matured, silver threading through his once dark curls. The fortune he had built somewhere north of $110 billion now made him one of the wealthiest humans in history. Yet money had never been the point. Organizing the world's information, he murmured to himself, recalling their original mission statement. Had that idealistic goal morphed into something else entirely? A monopoly that needed to be dismantled? In the weeks that followed, Sergey retreated to his preferred state, analytical distance. While Sundar Pichai, Google's CEO, prepared for congressional testimony, Sergey opted to submit written answers rather than appear in person. The choice was characteristic: control. The variables: minimize exposure, communicate on his terms. "The committee wants to know why you won't testify in person," said Rachel, his chief of staff, as they reviewed documents in his home study overlooking the Pacific. Sergey's fingers traced patterns on the polished wood desk. "They want theater, not substance. My written answers provide all the relevant information. The optics are political," he finished. "I'm an engineer, not a performer." What he didn't say was that he had long ago learned the value of invisibility. The refugee boy from Moscow, who had once feared the apparatus of state power, now controlled one of the greatest information engines ever built. The irony wasn't lost on him. He glanced at the latest financial projections on his tablet. Alphabet's 2020 revenue would surpass $180 billion despite the pandemic. By 2023, analysts projected it would hit over $300 billion. The scale was almost incomprehensible, from a search engine processing thousands of queries in 1998 to one handling 8.5 billion searches daily, powered by more than 40 sprawling data centers across the globe. "The lobbying expense seems high," Sergey noted during a private board briefing in early 2021. Snow fell outside the windows of the Mountain View campus, a California rarity. Kent Walker, Alphabet's legal chief, adjusted his glasses. $12 million annually is actually modest compared to what we're facing. The antitrust case is just the beginning." Sergey nodded, his mind calculating probability trees as he had since his mathematical training. The company now employed nearly 150,000 people, a small city's worth of livelihoods depending on decisions made in rooms like this. How far they'd come from the days when he knew every employee by name. "What's your actual assessment of our position?" Sergey asked after the others had left, leaving just him and Kent. Walker closed his leather portfolio. "On the merits, our product wins because it's better. On the politics, we've become the symbol of big tech power. The judge will feel pressure to make an example." Sergey stared through the window at the distant Santa Cruz Mountains. "And if we lose?" Structural remedies could be on the table in 2025. Forced divestitures, Chrome, Android, possibly the ad business. Dismantling the architecture they had spent decades building. The thought sent a quiet tremor through him. The trial began in 2023, a methodical procession of expert witnesses, economic analyses, and technical testimony. Sergey followed from a careful distance, receiving daily briefings but rarely attending in person. His wealth, still primarily held in Alphabet stock, fluctuated with each development, sometimes by billions in a single day. One evening, as summer faded into autumn, he stood on the deck of Dragonfly, his 73-meter yacht anchored off the California coast. The vessel, reported to cost around $80 million, served multiple purposes. Personal retreat, occasional research platform for marine studies he funded, and meeting space away from prying eyes. David Drummond, his longtime legal advisor who had retired from Google in 2020, joined him at the railing. The ocean stretched before them, darkening with the setting sun. "Judge seems skeptical of our defense," Drummond noted. Sergey nodded. "I read the transcript. Does it bother you that they're portraying the company as some kind of digital dictator?" Sergey considered the question, his eyes following a distant container ship on the horizon. "What bothers me is the simplification, the narrative that success equals wrongdoing." "Success at this scale changes the rules, Sergey. You always knew that." "We changed the rules because we built something better," Sergey countered, his voice soft but firm. "Not through exclusionary contracts or predatory pricing, but through engineering excellence." Drummond didn't immediately respond, and Sergey knew why. The reality was more complicated. Yes, Google's algorithms had revolutionized search, but their dominance had been cemented through deals like the one with Apple, reportedly costing Google around $20 billion annually to remain Safari's default search engine. Your foundation making any progress on the Parkinson's front? Drummond asked, changing the subject. Sergey's expression softened slightly. Since discovering he carried a genetic mutation associated with higher Parkinson's risk, he had directed significant resources toward research. The work with 23andMe, the company his now ex-wife Anne Wojcicki had founded, had helped gather unprecedented data sets that were informing clinical trials. Some promising leads, he said. The data-driven approach is starting to yield results. It was the type of legacy he preferred to contemplate, using wealth and data to solve seemingly intractable problems rather than defending a business model against government intervention. August 2024 arrived with the verdict Sergey had privately expected but hoped to avoid. Judge Mehta ruled that Google had maintained an illegal monopoly in search and text advertising. The remedies phase would begin in 2025, but the finding itself sent Alphabet stock into temporary freefall. In his modernist home overlooking the Pacific, Sergey received the news with outward calm. His net worth had just declined by several $billions, at least on paper, but his expression revealed nothing as he spoke with Sundar Pichai via video. "We'll appeal, of course," Pichai was saying, his voice measured despite the circumstances. "The appeal process could take years," Sergey noted. "Meanwhile, we need to prepare for structural remedies." "You think they'll go that far?" Sergey's gaze drifted to a wall display showing real-time data from Google's global operations. 8.5 billion searches that day, distributed across data centers from Oregon to Singapore. Power of this magnitude makes people uncomfortable. Breaking it apart gives the illusion of control. After the call ended, he sat alone in his study, a space deliberately free of screens except when needed. The late summer light painted geometric patterns across the floor. His wealth remained enormous fluctuations of a few $billion, meant little to his daily existence. But the company's trajectory had reached a critical inflection point. The next morning, he flew north in his private jet to inspect progress on another project that had captured his imagination, lighter-than-air airships. The massive hangar at Moffett Field housed a prototype that represented years of research and millions in funding. Originally conceived for humanitarian aid delivery to remote regions, the project had evolved to include potential climate monitoring applications. "We're on track for test flights next year," said the lead engineer, walking beside Sergey through the cavernous space. "The envelope technology has finally reached the efficiency targets." Sergey nodded, studying the gleaming silver craft suspended above them. "And the payload capacity?" 30 tons, as specified. More than enough for the disaster relief configuration. It was the kind of moonshot he had always been drawn to. Technically challenging, potentially transformative, and distinctly separate from Google's core business. As Alphabet's future hung in regulatory limbo, these projects provided a different kind of satisfaction. The autumn of 2024 found Sergey in a reflective mood. Seated in a private dining room at a discreet restaurant in San Francisco, he shared a rare meal with Susan Wojcicki, YouTube's CEO and one of Google's earliest employees. "Remember when we thought 1 million searches a day was extraordinary?" Susan asked, smiling as she sipped her wine. Sergey nodded. "Now we do that every 10 seconds. And the head count, what are we at now? 80,000 people." "Something like that." He paused. "It's not the same company anymore." Susan studied him. "Does that bother you?" "What bothers me is the narrative shift, from innovation to domination." He cut a piece of his barely touched fish. "We built Google to organize information, not to control it." "But scale itself creates gravity, Sergey. You can't be that big without warping the market around you. He knew she was right. Alphabet's 2023 revenue had reached $307 billion, with net income approaching $74 billion. Numbers that once seemed impossible were now quarterly expectations. The infrastructure alone, data centers consuming more electricity than small nations, submarine cables circling the globe, represented a kind of corporate sovereignty previously unseen. What happens next? Susan asked. After the remedies ruling, Sergey considered his analytical mind-mapping possibilities. Best case, behavioral restrictions we can live with. Worst case, Chrome spun off, Android separated, ad business divided. And your fortune? He gave a small shrug. Money has never been the interesting part. What went unsaid was that his wealth existed in multiple forms now, primarily Alphabet equity held directly and through trusts, but also through careful estate planning and the standard buy, borrow, die approach of the ultra-wealthy. He borrowed against his shares rather than selling them, avoiding capital gains while maintaining control. The thing is, he continued after a moment, we're not the same company that built search anymore. We're building AI systems that will make search look primitive. And you think the regulators understand that? They're fighting yesterday's monopoly while tomorrow's is being born, he said quietly. In December 2024, as the legal teams prepared for the remedies phase that would begin in early 2025, Sergey made a rare appearance at a Parkinson's research conference in Boston. The foundation he funded had become a significant player in the field, connecting 23andMe's genetic data with clinical research in ways that were beginning to yield promising therapeutic targets. After his brief remarks, he had never enjoyed public speaking. He met privately with leading researchers in a conference room overlooking the Charles River. The dataset has reached critical mass, said Dr. Eleanor Chen, pointing to figures on her tablet. We're seeing correlations that simply weren't visible with smaller sample sizes. Sergey studied the data with the intensity that had characterized his academic career. And the trial recruitment. Accelerating thanks to the genetic screening protocol you funded. We can identify at-risk individuals decades before symptoms would appear. He nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. This was infrastructure of a different kind, not data centers and algorithms, but research networks and data sets that could potentially change the course of a disease that had personal significance to him. Later, walking alone along the river in the winter chill, Sergey contemplated the parallel tracks of his legacy. The company he had built stood at a crossroads, its future shape uncertain as regulators contemplated dismantling parts of its structure. Yet here, in the medical research his wealth enabled, something unambiguously beneficial was emerging. His phone buzzed with a message from one of the leads on the airship project. Test flight protocols approved for March 2025. Another piece moving forward. The aircraft represented a different approach to climate challenges, monitoring, disaster response, potentially even atmospheric research, that bypassed the political gridlock of climate policy. As 2024 drew to a close, Sergey hosted a small gathering at his home for a group that included several original Google employees and trusted advisors. The evening carried a sense of quiet commemoration, though nothing specific was being celebrated. After dinner, he found himself standing with Larry Page on his deck overlooking the ocean. Despite their reduced operational roles, the bond between the co-founders remained strong, forged through decades of partnership that had transformed a research project into a global force. Meta's ruling was inevitable, Larry said, breaking the comfortable silence. Sergey nodded. The question is, what comes next? We built something that changed how humans access knowledge, Larry said. Whatever happens in 2025, that doesn't change. But the structure might, Sergey countered. The whole becomes parts. Larry shrugged. Evolution is messy. Maybe this is just the next phase. Sergey considered this. From Stanford students to billionaire founders to antitrust targets, the arc seemed both extraordinary and somehow predictable. Power of their magnitude inevitably attracted constraint, particularly in a democratic system. The airship tests are set for spring, Sergey said, changing the subject. Larry smiled, still chasing the interesting problems, always. As midnight approached and the new year drew closer, Sergey found himself contemplating the dual nature of the legacy he and Larry had built. On one hand, a company so dominant that governments worldwide sought to contain its power. On the other, a wealth engine that enabled them to address challenges, from disease research to climate technology, that traditional institutions struggled to solve. The contradiction wasn't lost on him. The refugee who had fled an authoritarian system had built an information architecture so powerful that democratic systems now viewed it as a threat. Yet that same architecture had created unprecedented access to knowledge for billions. Standing alone after his guests had departed, watching the last minutes of 2024 tick away, Sergey Brin worth approximately $115 billion. Employing nearly 200,000 people, processing billions of searches daily, contemplated a future where his creation might be dismantled by regulatory decree. The thought brought not anger, but a kind of philosophical acceptance. The empire might fragment, but the wealth remained, and with it, the ability to build whatever came next. The Pacific waves crashed against the shore below his home, a rhythm unchanged by fortunes or regulations, or the turning of the calendar to 2025. In that sound was a reminder. Even the most powerful human constructs were temporary against the backdrop of natural forces. The insight brought not despair but clarity, and perhaps, in its own way, a strange kind of freedom.